welcome everyone to this one shot. It's going to be called the Bow Election. Very fun. I'm planning on actually having a thumbnail for this one instead of just the whatever the random thumbnail that YouTube gives.
I'm
But
pogging.
it is day 9,882 of the 12th era of Jukum, the last one shot, the Koyoung one shot. When I said it, I said 5th era, but I've retconned that, and it's actually 18th era. It doesn't matter on y'all's ends, but for the lore and everything. We are in the settlement of Bo. Bo was a village. It used to be a village, but in the past 10,000 days, especially during this era of Jukum, right around the beginning of that, there was a fish, the wasali, or the walsai trout, was discovered in the lake that's right next to Bo. And this fish has some very its scales have very good arcane properties for healing and different things like that. And so, with the discovery of this fish, suddenly Bo became a huge settlement. It's grown to a population of around 42,000, and it looks like it's not going to be stopping anytime soon. And because of that, the political structure of Bo, which of course is what this one shot's all about, before it was just run by the Bronse family, who kind of founded Bo. But now it is an election system for mayors every 1,000 days. There's a new election, which is roughly like 2.5 years, just so you know. So, but the interesting thing is that there's only ever been one mayor of Bo. It has been Seymour Bronse is his name, one of the Bronse family members. You know, who was going to be the first mayor? It was going to be the person who was already running it, right? And there's no one's ever really competed against him because he seems to be doing a decent enough job. And this is all very new anyway. But there's another election coming up in 100 days. And from y'all's perspective, living in Bo, Seymour is just going to be it again, probably. There's no term limits. That hasn't really been codified. But just a little bit about Seymour. He's a quite handsome and suave guy. There's very little bad anybody can say about him. He's charming, a great orator. He loves making speeches all the time. He seems to be doing a pretty good job. The economy is booming. Lots of, either people just visiting Bo or, coming to live at Bo to, fish or just, experience the beautiful, beautiful little growing settlement. But there are obviously rumors, just as with any politician. He seems, there's been rumors that he likes to sleep around. He seems to be unfaithful with his wife. Let's go Seymour. And everybody wants to get with a guy named Seymour. He likes to kind of spend.
He's trying to see more butts.
He likes to spend public funds on personal expenditures, which is never really good, but hey. And he also seems to play God with businesses that he seems to like and dislike. You've heard tell of some businesses going under his watch just because he, they insulted him or something, or they didn't like him. So, but there's been no proof of any of this, so, it's kind of just written off as gossip. But that is enough background. I'm going to start off our adventure classically. You all are sitting in your favorite tavern. The tavern is called the Greedy Tankard. And you're sitting around just chatting, having a drink. It's a beautiful day outside. And I would love for you all to describe your characters, what they look like. And, if you want to add some flavor, what do you think they would be talking about today? What's their personality and character, and what do you think they would be talking about just sitting around having a drink with some people in Bo? And Dayton, why don't you start us off?
Yeah. So, I'm playing a character who would have introduced themselves as TW. TW is a Tabaxi, who is sitting in um, the tavern. They have like this very like fuzzy and like staticky black fur with like matted like silver and gray into it, and kind of like in random patches and streaks along their fur. Um, Everything above like the head and like neck is like slicked back, almost like using like oils.
Mm,
Very like Italian-esque slicked back. And they wear like this very like not like a suit, but like as close as you can get to like a medieval suit as you can, where like there's like three layers of clothing. They're very like nice in quality and very well put together and very presentable. Um, um, I would say that TW is um, within the tavern is probably been looking for the hot goss. So I would be either
mm,
talking with the bartenders, whether talking or just listening to them talk to other people, and just kind of like cat ear twitched out to whatever conversations are going around about people about basically anything.
mm.
Um, I think TW came. I don't know how much I want to give away. I think TW has been obviously he's been obviously here looking um for the interest. He's not from Bo. He's come here for the interest of the scales of the was it the Wasali? Is that how you say it, or Wasali
It's
trout?
Walsai.
Walsai, sorry.
Yeah.
Um, Walsai trout. Um, just kind of like piqued his interest and has made his like is seeming to be like some sort of like traveling professional of some sorts,
Mm,
um, and has made his way to investigate more about um, yeah, this arcane feature. That's me.
yeah. Hell yeah. Next, I'm just doing it based off of the grid that I'm seeing. Garrick, I'd love you to describe your character.
So I have Gengen Senior. Gengen Senior is the father of Gengen Junior, as you might have guessed. If you
Yeah.
didn't remember, Gengen Junior was a very quiet, recluse monk, and that is because he was running away from being Gengen Senior's son.
Mm,
Gengen Senior is a drunk fisherman who I would describe him as large, like not in like a bulky way or really in a fat way, but like in a dad strength way.
hell yeah.
Like
Hell yeah.
a big someone who's big that also like is kind of strong and fat.
Mm-hmm.
Like very very rustic
Thick.
looking.
Very
Not
thick.
not necessarily unhygienic or dirty, but gives off those type of vibes because he's
Mm-hmm.
just like a drunk fisher who wants to run away from his family. And so that's exactly what my dude is doing in Bow. He
Mm,
probably couldn't pronounce the type of trout he's looking for, but he loves to fish.
mm,
And so he is here to drink and he is here to fish. And so what he is doing in the tavern is looking for some buddies who want to do exactly that with him
mm.
because he is tired of the family life and he wants boy time.
Yeah. Wow.
And that's
Hell
what
yeah.
he wants to do. And he can probably make a living because I don't know, this trout
Yeah.
has nice
It's,
scale.
oh yeah, it's pretty good. You catch. It's a very colorful trout, so I'm sure when he pulls it out, he's like, "Oh yeah, this is a good looking fish." Beautiful. Thank you. And now, Sam, can you please describe your character?
Of course. My character's name is Kingsley.
Mm,
Kingsley Cragsore. He's a human. Um, he he's a very fairly well dressed, tall man, with like black wavy hair. Um, he sort of grew up in the more aristocratic circles. He loves to dabble in like the sort of undergrounds of cities and such,
mm,
and he's a little bit of a scamp. Um, his expertises are loosening people's lips to
mm,
uh like gain information and
mm-hmm,
you know deal shady dealings, and so he is here in Bo for the potential monetary gain of these scales and like
mm-hmm.
the trade of their arcane properties to people who may want to procure them. So
Hell
I
yeah.
imagine in this tavern he's sort of making friends with everyone, identifying people who may know some things about, where he might be able to procure large amounts of these scales, and
Mm-hmm.
maybe perhaps people who are interested in buying large amounts of these scales, um, with the help of his silver tongue.
There's a little silver tongue devil.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Awesome. Um, just make sure I got my notes up. All right. Beautiful. Well, I will say that as you are, TW, you are listening in around you to different gossip, and Gengen Senior, you are drinking and just having a merry old time. And Kingsley, as you are discussing around, you all end up to be sitting at the same table together, the three of you. It is quite a busy day, as it's a beautiful day out, and it appears to be a lot of people's days off today. You, as you're sitting around this table, maybe talking to one another, there is a man that walks in who is covered in lots of furs. We're talking like Eskimo kind of getup, right? Lots of very heavy clothing, and it's a beautiful, hot day out. So it is not usual for someone to be wearing as much clothing as this. And he walks up to your table, and instead of saying anything to you all, he will gesture with his hand kind of to one of the chairs there, or maybe a bench that's next to the table, and kind of look to you all. You can't really see his face much, but it is obvious that he is looking to you three to see what your reaction is to this.
Our reaction to him, like gesturing to one of our chairs.
Yeah, he's gesturing as if he wants to sit somewhere.
Would you like to sit with us, sir?
He kind of does a very quick nod.
Just for your awareness, as everyone has been sitting, they've been getting the next round. So I believe it would be customary for you to purchase the next round of drinks for the table.
Yes, that is what we've been
I
doing.
believe I would very raucously slap this seat. invite him invite him to join us.
he, uh, he,
Sit on down, boy.
as you slap it, again, he kind of jumps up a little bit, but he nods to each of you and quickly goes to the bartender and kind of again hits the table to get the bartender's attention and points to you three. He seems to not be speaking much for some odd reason, and he points to you three, but the bartender understands the points. It's his one job is to get these people drunk. So you all eventually get a drink, and he sits down, and he does not order a drink. You three all have gotten a drink, but he does not have one. And as soon as he sits down, he passes a note to each one of you, and I will copy what the note says in
Ooh.
the D&D chat. It is written in this very fancy script, as if it was not handwritten by somebody, but obviously there's not really, printers in this age, but it looks very fancily and delicately written. And you all get the same note. I'll just say that. You wouldn't, necessarily know that, but in the reality, you do all get the same note. And it says, I have heard you all can keep secrets. People that can keep secrets are generally pretty good at finding them for the right amount of coin. I have a job for you all that can pay pretty well if you can complete it. We can talk numbers, but I'm willing to pay thousands. This business is political in nature. If you're interested, please meet me outside, where it's harder for those around us to hear. And he kind of hands you all this note, and he just sits with his hands kind of overlapping each other while sitting on the table. Again, not saying anything.
My eyes light up at the word thousands. Um,
as someone who also just ran away from their job as well as their family,
Yeah.
I am very interested.
Mm.
Looking up from this letter and kind of like just eyeing this figure in front of us, do I get like, do they seem like does this man seem like he's on the up and up? Is he like looking around nervously? Does it seem like he's like under like being forced to like
Mm-hmm.
do something? Or like,
I'd love for you to do an insight check for me. You know,
all
might
right.
as well, dude. Just
Roll.
roll some dice, dude. What I want. I want some dice to be rolled here.
I'm gonna roll some dice. Insight. Okie dokie. That is a 11.
Mm. I
Yes,
will
11.
say that you can tell that he is not nervous. He's very deliberate in his movements. He seems to, the furs that he is wearing and his general demeanor and just movement, he doesn't appear to be drunk. He doesn't appear to be here at a tavern to, have a good time. You can kind of tell that he is here to pass out these notes to you three, sitting at this table. And I'll say that, the furs that he's wearing look very nice. So I would say you would definitely, you see thousands, and you wouldn't think that. You would think it would be coming from him. It doesn't appear to be like some other scheme.
I say, well, my friend, I'd be more than happy to meet with you outside at your earliest convenience.
Mm. And he looks to you other two.
I think I would just get up and loudly shout like away as I walked outside.
I'm
Hell
like,
yeah.
Gungan, please, I didn't finish my drink, and I'm gonna pass you the drink that he bought for me that I haven't touched. I'm gonna get up and go with
and,
go.
yeah, I'll just down it.
I'll
Let's go.
drink that,
Let's
and
go, dude.
I clap mugs with you and
Yes, yeah,
finish mine as
I would
well.
definitely do that.
Yes. Hell yeah. All right. He
Oh.
after just sitting here for maybe 30 seconds to a minute, he then stands up and kind of gestures to the front door for you all to walk outside.
Perfect.
And
I'll be
he
walking.
begins to walk. Yeah, you all walk outside. Beautiful. All right. As you get outside, you all have seen Bo before, but within this experience, you have not seen Bo yet. And as you walk outside, Bo is kind of a faux tropical vibe to it. This is a village that is right alongside a very long lake, the Wallside Lake. So, the Wallside trout is very aptly named. But it is the Wallside Lake, and it's a very long lake. I mean, if you pull up in the D&D group chat, like the Sumia map, right?
Mhm.
That, yeah, it's pretty cool. I made it, yeah,
Pretty hype.
It's in the Qatar Plains in the north. It's the little town of Bo. Now, of
The
course,
guitar plans. Okay.
yeah, and it's to the right of the Sascom Basin. If you see Bo there,
Oh yeah.
a little tiny town. So that is right next. That is the Walshside Lake. It's this very long lake. You can, it's very big. Looking across it, it's probably 10 miles across. So it would be kind of even difficult to see the other side of the lake. But of course it. So the town or the settlement of Bo at this point, I should say, because it's in the past, is kind of stretched out alongside it. It's not very depth, so it's just a very long place, and it's all, everything is probably within half a mile of the lake itself. So it's a very beach vibe. Yeah, exactly. It's exactly like Chile. It's it has the vibe of a beach town, right? But
Nice.
when I say faux tropical, because everything has been built up so quickly, and this is in the Qatar Plains, it's not a very tropical area. It doesn't get very hot here. You know, it's like the hottest it gets is like maybe the 70s.
Mm.
It is very, you know, everything was built up so quickly that everything has the shack vibe, but not because that's the aesthetic they're going for, but that's because they just had to build things quickly in order to accommodate more and more people. And nothing is really set in stone. Like, well, quite literally, nothing is really stone. Like, everything seems to be very much made of wood and has been made recently because it used to be just a small little village. But yeah, as you enter outside, it's a beautiful day, and he kind of gestures over to the side. The streets aren't that busy. Uh, Everybody appears to be, you know, inside taverns or inside shops having a good time, but there are some people walking around. But he kind of gestures to an area that is not very populated. And do you all follow him? Do you all say anything to him as you're kind of walking along, or you just get where you're going to?
I don't think I'd say anything yet.
I'm gonna ask him, um, my friend, do you choose not to speak out of concern for our secrecy, or is there another reason you choose to stay
Uh,
silent?
he gestures to you and he does like a wait one moment and then, you know,
Okay,
come along with me. So doesn't
all
really
right,
answer your question, but
sure.
still not speaking.
Not even a name before we follow you into who knows where within the city.
Uh, I'd say by as you ask this, he takes down his hood, this very furry hood, and you see a very pale elf, uh, but this person is like, you know, 6 feet tall or something like that, you know, decently tall. But their head is the size of like a 10-year-old elf's head. So their head is smaller, like not like baby head, right? But like
Yeah.
their head is smaller than you would expect, right? And so the furs come off, and it is a little jarring to you to look at. But I would like you all to roll
Oh.
a I don't know, like this is just for the D&D people. Like what like history is like the best for like recalling like
Lore.
memories, but like that's like lore stuff, right? Like I'm
Yeah.
just trying to see what's a check. What would be a good check for if you all have heard of this person? Like in Pathfinder, there's society, so it's like
Yeah.
Hmm. I guess history would be closest.
yeah, it's
History would
just
probably be closest for
Maybe
this.
like investigation. No, not really.
mm, yeah. Let's
Unless you
just
think we'd know them
yeah.
from something like if they're religious, maybe religion, or if they're into
No.
I
magic,
got
arcane.
Steven. If we did a history roll, I got an unnatural 20.
Oh hell yeah,
Sheesh.
a
Wow.
dirty 20. Yeah,
Filthy.
let's just do history. I think that's the closest, but that's always
Mine was a
something I've
17.
wondered about. 17. Wow.
Oh, I got a 21.
Nice.
Dude, everybody's crushing it. You all do recognize this person.
Yo.
You know, he doesn't really need to say his name. But you all haven't maybe seen him or heard him speak before. But you have, or not seen him. You all have probably not heard him speak before. He's generally a very quiet person. But he is, let me scroll down. He is Mr. Beauregard, Ryan Beauregard. And he is someone who is running for mayor in the city. Uh,
Oh.
you know of him. I would say you have seen him around, and you know if you've ever seen him without his you know his stuff on. He normally doesn't wear furs. I'll put that out there. You know he's wearing this stuff to kind of cover himself up. You can kind of guess that. But whenever you have seen him, because he has a very distinctly small head, uh, He's very quiet. You know he does not come from Bo. He has just recently come here in the past, 50 days. So you've maybe only seen him a couple of times. And you may have seen, some flyers around telling to vote for Ryan Beauregard. So you only know him just because he has very distinct physical features. But in terms of, from a political angle, he doesn't seem to have a lot of support. It's probably just going to be Seymour again in terms of the election. But he is running for the latest election. So it kind of answers your question, but he still, again, does not say anything.
Interesting.
But do you all say anything as to seeing Ryan?
Like nod, like knowingly as he pulls the
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
cover
just kinda
down.
like, I see.
Mm-hmm. I got you. Okay, yeah. I'm just thinking. Okay, but alright, I'll say you all get to the place where he's kind of leading you to. It's just in front of some other building that's, off of the street. Not like in a dark alleyway or something. It's bright out. It's like a sunny day. Doesn't seem to be too suspicious, I'll say. But he then speaks to you all for the first time. Now, I need to preface this with, I will not be able to do the voice. I'll try my best to get close to the voice, but his voice is like Alvin and the Chipmunks, all right? His voice is piercingly high. Like, it is incredibly high and unnaturally high. And this is not something I can guarantee any of your characters would expect. Maybe, I'll say, based off your roles, both Gengen and TW, maybe you've heard that he's had a high voice, but even if you heard that, you would not expect it to be this high of a voice.
Wait, how old does he look?
He looks to be in his 40s and 50s, I'd say.
So his head is small?
Yeah, his head is I can't put it into words. It's not it's something you would notice.
Okay.
Not he doesn't have a baby head. It's just a matured head, but just small head.
Yes, it's just he's got a small head. If you were to look at this person, you wouldn't be like, oh my gosh, they're a freak, but you would think in your head. That's not proportionate at all. And especially him wearing all these furs and coats, his head looks much smaller than you would expect. But he speaks, and he says, "Thank you all for visiting, or thank you all for accepting my offer. I know that it may seem a little sketchy, but I want to keep this on the down low." Now, I'd like you all to make a deception check for me. If you think your character would try and hide their surprise at how high of a voice there is.
Oh, 100%.
I'm just not. I'm not gonna. I
gonna.
would just my character.
Again, honest.
Would just be not surprised. Be like, damn, I could see why you weren't talking.
I got a 24 to stifle my laughter.
Yes.
And,
Dirty 20
cover my
here.
mouth.
Dirty 20. Okay, then you both are able to, hold your composure. But Ryan looks to you, Gengen, and he says, "Yes, I know that my voice is jarring, but..."
I hadn't noticed.
Seems like a normal voice.
Thank you. But I know my ability to lead is... Okay, 1 second. I didn't have this document pulled up, which is his document, so I don't know why I didn't have that pulled up. 1 second.
All GLG.
Yep.
Would you say all G?
All G, all good.
Mm-hmm.
All G.
He says... Okay, yeah, okay. He says... "Now, do you all know that I am running for mayor? Do you all know that I'm running for mayor?"
Oh, we recognized him, right? All three of us.
Yes, all three of
So,
you did recognize him, so
Yes, I believe I've seen some of your flyers around.
Certain bleep and tell.
I concur with Sam. Yeah, I just I'd be seeing flyers.
he says, "Oh well, then you all must know about my background, yes?" Which I will say you do not.
Um,
Ah,
um,
elaborate.
remind me.
Inform
I'm
us.
terribly sorry. I'm hungover from a night of drinking.
My friend, surely with all of your accomplishments, you should take the time to please gloat to us about them again. I'd be happy to hear tell from the man, from the source himself.
Yeah, he seems quite pleased. I'll say that one that he can see on Gengen's face that it is jarring, his voice, but you can kind of tell that he's kind of used to it. He's got a very high voice, but he does seem to appreciate from TW and Kingsley that he's like, oh, I'm you're not reacting to my voice. You're actually talking about my background. He said,
Talk more.
yeah. he said, well, I come from the town of Saran. You all have heard of it, yes? It's a town that's kind of north of y'all, that's on the ocean front. And it's much bigger than Bo. Obviously, Bo is just growing here. He says, I am from the town of Saran, and I used to be the mayor there. I have lots of experience with fishing endeavors, and I know that you all have recently recently had a big boom in your fishing economy. So I believe, all of us so confused. I believe that I believe that I would be a great fit to be the mayor of Bo, and he looks kind of around to make sure no one's around, and he says, but I understand that there seems to be already a preoccupied spot that doesn't seem to be going away anytime soon. And he looks around again and he says, you know of her, have you all met Seymour Bronse? And I'll say, that's up to you. Do you think your character would have gone to anything related to Seymour Bronse? He likes to do speeches all the time.
Yeah,
think
I'll
I
say I just
definitely-
know of him, have experienced him, not met him.
I've definitely
been
shaken
long
his
enough.
hand at like a cocktail party.
Hell yeah.
You know,
What
I
about
think
you,
I think
TW?
I think I would have been kind of in the same boat where as Gengen of been very like aware in speeches, observed but never maybe direct interaction.
Gotcha. He will say, after you either tell him this or he gets that impression, he says, well, I have friends in higher places, and I've been told that he is skewing the election results in some way. I know that he may seem popular to the public, but whenever the elections have gone on in Bo, they have not actually gone in his favor. And he, kind of looks incredibly displeased by this. And I'll say that he kind of is getting a little angry. You can kind of tell in his face that he's upset by this fact. But, of course, his voice, does not go down any octaves. But you can tell by his face that he is angered by this. He says, and I know that Bo can have a better mayor than Seymour, and I want to be that. So I want your help. And he looks to you all and he says, thank you, I know that you all came out here to help, or that you are all interested, maybe for the gold, or maybe for the political nature. But I need you all to find any kind of evidence or dirt on Seymour Bronse, whatever it may be. I know he's a bad man. He may have a good facing front, but he has done terrible things. And if you all can find evidence of that, I can put together a smear campaign against him And I believe that I would be able to actually win for Mayor of Bow.
Hmm.
And he looks to all your faces. What do you all say to that or react to that?
I'd probably say, yeah, I'm down. I like coin and having a friend in power to someplace I'm pretty new sounds good.
Hmm.
You have claims of these darker dealings. Do you have any insight currently of anything Seymour has delved into at this point? Anything that's any whispers?
Uh, I'll say that all he says are the kind of things that you were talking or that we talked about before. That he likes that he's
Okay.
generally kind of unfaithful. Maybe
Okay.
spends government money. Likes to toy with businesses and get them artificially shut down in some ways. But since you asked the question, roll an insight check for me, and if the others are as well want to as well, you can. But just
Would
as he's
I've
kind of talking about it, yeah, what's up?
would I've heard any kinds of rumors whilst mingling with the upper society
Mm-hmm.
of Bo?
Yeah, I would I would
I
say,
can roll inside as well.
yeah, you
I got
roll
an
in,
11.
you roll an insight.
11.
Gotcha.
I got
What was that,
15.
Dayton?
Just a 9.
A 9. Okay. I would say that for UTW, as he's answering this, it seems like I would say it seems like he doesn't know more information, but you're not entirely sure if that is because he actually doesn't know more or if it's he's withholding information than
Okay.
just the general rumor public. And again, I would say you would get the same impression. But for you, Kingsley, I would say from your, talks with higher society, I would say that you have interacted with some people that have said that they have actually, that they admitted in private that they have slept with Seymour,
Mm,
during, within the past like a year or something like that, like very recently, however long you have been here. And you have also, as you've been walking around and hearing the gossip, I would say that, there have been several business owners that maybe you've had a drink with or something at a tavern, and they have said that, they've had shady people come to their place and essentially threaten either them or their family if
I
they did
see.
not either change their business practices or shut it down entirely. But that is his answer to your question.
I think I'm gonna go, like, wrap my arm around his shoulder, like, very friendly, and I say, "Well, my friend, someone very wise once told me that there is no better friend than thousands of gold pieces. So I I believe we can help each other out here."
And he looks to you, TW. How do you respond to his offer?
TW looks curious for a second and says, I think both of my compatriots here have made great points of uh, Kingsley's point of gold surely does talking, while Gengen's talk of, well, I guess gold, but then also more interesting in my mind is a favor owed of someone in a position. Um, Perhaps those specifics can be discussed upon completion, but um, I would be interested to hear your conversion rate from gold pieces to a favor owed going forward.
Uh, he says, he nods along, and he has a very serious face on, but he nods along and he says, "Yes, I do know that. I do know that, the gold is not an issue for me. I'll say this. I am offering you each 5,000 gold pieces up front for this job, and if it gets completed, and I am the mayor and I become the mayor of Bow, then I will also owe each of you a favor in whatever way that you need within this settlement. Of course, within reason, but you understand. You understand what I mean by favor, yes? And he kind of looks to
I
you
will
all.
judge it and say we are all reasonable people.
Yes.
Terms seem quite
Well
agreeable.
said, Gun Gun.
He said, I can tell you're a very reasonable person.
That's me, Gen Senior. The
Yeah,
reasonable
Gen
person.
Senior's very reasonable.
Every time, Steven, you say, I know, in that voice, I just can't hear, like, the, do you know the Muffin Man from Shrek? It's just, that's all, sorry.
It's very high like that, for sure. It is gingerbread voice coming out of this person somehow. But he says, well, great. If we all are in agreement, then, if you know, the election is coming up in 100 days, so you have plenty of time, to find something, and I have plenty of time to, put together all of the evidence that you find. But I would love, the more evidence you get, the more likely it is for me to win. I'll put it that way. I need my people to, get to work on these kinds of things as quickly as possible, so, I can give you the 5,000 gold pieces now if you would like.
Yes.
Yes. That'd be wonderful.
Yes. And he reaches in, deep within his coats, and he starts jangling around. You hear some coins, and then after looking around left and right, he hands you each a kind of hefty sack of, and if you all look into it, you would see that there's 500 platinum pieces, or a platinum piece is worth 10 gold, obviously. But he seems, I'll say, he's very casual about it. I mean, he's not, it doesn't look like he's handing over lots of money, which is what you would, if you all were handing over 5,000 gold, it would probably look different in the way that he's handing it out. He's handing it out as if it's like 5 gold or something.
Each 500 or 5,000?
Yeah, you each are getting 5,000.
Oh my lord!
You each have. You now have 500 platinum pieces.
Amazing.
Our family's fucking loaded.
Mm-hmm.
All right, boys. Time to concoct plans, information.
Yes.
I'm gonna ask Bo. Do you have any sort of leads? Any specific trails we should pursue?
He says, well, he likes to get around, so I'm sure if you were to just talk to anybody, you would find, some nefarious things that he's done. But where I personally would start is, going by his residency. I went by there a couple days ago, and I saw that there were, some people protesting him. I don't know if they're still out there or not, but if you're looking instantly for someone who's against Seymour Bronse, those people would probably be the best.
All
Way
right.
for us to get in contact with you once we have evidence.
Hey, Steven.
Yeah, what's up? Yeah.
Could I roll some sort of check, or maybe ask my boys
Mm-hmm.
if they know if there is a brothel in this village
Mm-hmm.
or any such establishment?
Yeah, I would roll a, Do you think Gengen would have visited such a place?
Kingsley definitely would have.
You know what? Yeah, I think so.
Okay, then
Yeah, I
you
think
do
so.
know that you do know that this place exists. But
Okay.
I'll say to your question, TW, he says, Oh yes. He kind of like jumps up like he forgot that was a very important information, and he pulls out a note and he hands it to you, and it has an address on it. And he says, "These are my campaign offices. If you have any other questions or you need to speak with me, I'm." And he kind of does a little laugh. I'm always there.
Very cool.
Very cool. He says, "Well, and he puts up his coat. He says, "I don't want anyone to know about this. You need to keep it on the hush hush, but I can tell that you all are quite motivated."
Yes. Thank you for confiding in us, and I'm flattered that you seek out our skills and expertise
Mm,
out of anyone else.
yes. He says, "Yes, I have a way with her. I have a way of telling what people are going to do a good job."
Oh yes.
And so
I
he
do a very
walks.
good job.
He walks off. And does anybody say to him? Does anybody want to say anything else to him? But he seems to walk off. He does an Irish goodbye without really saying goodbye to you all. Goes into silent mode as soon as the hood's up.
I'm good.
Hell yeah.
My
Then,
friends, seems like we have a good opportunity to make ourselves quite a good status in this city.
Actually, when he turns around, can I roll some sleight of hand to see if he has anything interesting in his pockets?
Oh, you want to try and pickpocket him? Sure, yeah. He's got lots of pockets. I'll tell you that.
I
Steal more coin from him.
I just rolled a nat 20.
Oh, hell yeah. I'll say yeah
Does he
with
have
a
more coin?
yeah. I'll say with a natural 20. Something I did not expect.
Keep you on your toes, Steven.
For weapon.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'll say of all the outermost coat that he has on has lots of pockets, but your perception and ability to read people, you're able to tell that one of these pockets is much bulkier than the other ones. And as you pull it out, I will say that as you put your hand in, you're expecting, I don't know, like a sack or something. Like, you're thinking maybe there's more coin or something, but what you put your hand on is a very smooth ball. And as you pull it out, because you got to be quick with this, you're just trying to get your hands on something. You pull out, and as you kind of inspect it, it looks to be a very white pearl, and it's like a big pearl. It's like, bunkin'. Like most pearls are small, but this appears to be quite large.
I'm just gonna slip it into my pocket for now. I'm not gonna inspect it yet. I'm not gonna tell anyone about it.
Yeah. What was your total for your sleight of hand?
29.
I'll say both of you as well roll a perception check just to see if you're even possible of seeing. I'll say you're only going to get it if you get a natural 20 or somehow get a 29 or higher. Nope.
Wait, hold on. I gotta add. I got 4.
Nice.
Yeah,
Talking.
you both you're too distracted by how much platinum you now just have in your possession. You're not really paying attention to Kingsley just absolutely getting a massive pearl and is now in his possession. Yeah, just yoink. There you go.
That's crazy.
So now you all are standing with each other, just out in the open street. It's the middle of a beautiful day.
I think in a slightly drunken state, I would take charge. I would say, "All right, boys." That's nice, Steven. I would say, "All right, boys.
Mm-hmm.
I got so many plans.
Let's hear him.
I could invite Seymour to drink. I'm new. I'm cool. He would want to drink with me, and then you guys could sneak into his house, or we could go to the brothel and we could ask around. Maybe do a little bit more, but we
And
could
get
ask
laid.
around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
And
we
ask
could go
around.
back to the bar, drink some more, and ask around.
Keep the money and forget any of this
Or
happened.
we could just keep the money.
No. The prospect of even more gold. I think we need to see this one out.
Okay.
Gen. As you mentioned
Okay.
before, friends in high places are more valuable than a great sum of money.
Wait, sorry. Kind of a fourth wall question.
Mm-hmm.
Do I know enough about these people's my friends' background to ask them if they know of any businesses that have recently gone under?
I would say that you all know each other's names and maybe know the barest details, but it's just you all happen to like this tavern that you all go
Okay.
to and have
So
seen each
I
other.
guess I would
So,
ask.
yeah.
So we're like acquaintances.
Mhm.
I would just ask my friends, do any of you guys know any businesses that have gone under recently? So I don't. I'm new.
That's a great question. You two, roll a. Again, I guess a history check would be best.
Alrighty.
Ooh. I rolled a 18 plus 2
Mm.
is a 20.
Dirty 20.
Or 19 on his theory.
A 17.
All right. I would say from your point of view, Kingsley, you have not heard of any places being closed that I would say you don't know the names of any places that were closed, but I will say that you know that you've heard that anybody trying to do any fishing on the lake that is not affiliated with one fishing company, which is uh, the Ronson Fishing Company. I will say that if you know of any places that are trying to, set up a fishing shop along the lake, if they don't, kind of talk with the Ronson fishing family, then or the fishing company, then they quickly get shut down. So I'd say you don't know the names of any specific places, but if you know probably a significant amount of fishermen that have probably been impacted by that, and they may just eventually just agree to be part of the Ronson Fishing Company. And then I would say for UTW, I would say that you don't necessarily know like the fishing thing that Kingsley was talking about, but you do know that there have been some mages that have come into Bow that have been trying to research properties of these of the fish's scales, and you know personally, or you have talked to at least one mage that has made the discovery that not only does it have healing properties, but it does have what's it called? Life lengthening properties, de-aging properties, I'll say that. Not like significant, but people have, essentially, become more youthful in using it. There is one special way of procuring these scales and extracting their arcane essence to make you younger, but that has been, you heard that of that person and you have not seen them ever again. I'll say that. And if you're talking about, in just the vein of all of these things being shut down or, a presence, yeah, this person appears to have gone away.
I gotta take a pee break. Apologies.
Go piss, girl.
Pee break.
Pee break. Also, did you want to take a second to eat your food, Steven? Are you good?
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
He's chilling.
I'm vibing.
How well does Kingsley know TW?
That is up to TW. How much of you think you
I
have
will
said to Kingsley?
I'll say I've been in the town for a while now, and it sounds like they might run in very similar circles, though I think Kingsley takes like a more direct approach where TW tends to be like a lurker, like on the outskirts, just kind of like listening. So they might have chatted it up.
Do you play an instrument?
You do not see an instrument on them.
Okay.
Okay.
Very cool. While we're sort of breaking, I'd like to secretly pull out this marble or this pearl and whatever check you want me to do, sort of just inspect it, try and get a better idea of like it appears to be a pearl, but is there more?
Yeah, do a nature check first for me.
Do you? Never mind. Do your thing.
Nature's a 14.
You've seen pearls before, and pearls aren't this big.
Mm.
So, as you look more at it, it does not appear to be a natural pearl of any kind, and that leads you to think more of it being of some other kind of nature. But as you're thinking more about what else it could be, make an arcana or a religion check, and it's either one that you think that Kingsley would go to first, where it's like, this is not natural. It's whichever one that you think. Do you think it's magical? Like, what do you think their thought would think it's magical, or you think it would be some kind of religious
doesn't know
thing
much.
in nature?
Yeah, Kingsley like looking at this, just like in the alley still, or wherever we're standing. I guess not in an alley.
That's a
are you like hiding it, Kingsley?
Yeah, when are you trying to look at it?
I was like trying to do it in secret, but I think I will actually reveal it to my friends, and I'll just say, unrelated note, my companions, I found this pearl.
She seemed to have dropped it.
You can have me roll deception on that if you'd like.
I'll say what. Yeah, you go.
It just something seems a little off about it. Are you versed in the natural ways? Do you know much about pearls? I suppose I could ask Gengen as well. If he's ever seen a pearl this large. And I sort of like procure it, and I hand it to TW.
Unfortunately, studying more natural phenomenon isn't my expertise. However, I'm gonna like hand it back to you. I have noticed in this town there quite a bit of seafaring trade. Tends the undermarkets sell quite refined materials for those who are looking. And I basically want to kind of like ramble a little bit on some like if I've heard like any sort of like underground sales of like the same way like the scales are being sold like other fishing items. And I'd like to give you a bardic inspiration for the search or the roll that you're gonna do.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
I think I will do Arcana then, because Kingsley doesn't know much about religion, but he likes to get to know lots of powerful mages. So
and it's a D8 you get.
a D8.
Been doing.
Yeah. Because we're level 8. That's crazy.
Wow.
Kingsley has shown off the pearl that he got. And he was looking at it, and it doesn't look like a pearl. And I will say, from your experience, Gen, you've seen pearls, and this is also, you don't think it's a pearl as well.
With my history and my bardic inspiration, I have a 21.
Mm,
I rolled a
Beautiful.
6 on the bardic inspiration. Thank
Go.
you very much.
well, let's go.
Absolutely.
Beautiful. I will say that looking at it from an Arcana perspective, this appears to be a vessel of some sort that stores something. You aren't sure. You know that if you wanted to, you could extract it. And as you're kind of inspecting it more, you realize that it kind of has a seam across the edge of it. You know, you would normally just hold it open, and if you try and open it in any way, it does kind of click open in half, and now you have two half pieces. And the inside of it is, I'll say, as soon as you open it, it is kind of like there's this glowing, it is completely white inside. I'll say that. It's like as if you just like broke open like a jawbreaker or something, or like, just a marble or something. Like it's completely solid within. But the inside, as soon as you open it with your Arcana check, and after hearing about these underdealings of magical things, your mind is on that, and you can feel that there's this Arcana presence as you open up this not pearl, this device basically that you've now opened up, and you have recognized these things as something that can store things. You don't know what it's storing, but you do know that it can be extracted by a mage.
Okay. Interesting. I'll not hide me opening it, so everyone can see like the light that appears.
Yes.
How very intriguing indeed. Is it able to be like put back, like closed?
Yeah, if you try and put it back together, it just kind of clicks into place. It's like a magnet, but you all haven't experienced magnets, but it's like that kind of feeling.
Interesting. Well,
Found that on the ground.
yes.
Yeah.
How strange, right?
Yeah.
Unusual.
He must have dropped
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll say because of your 20 on your sleight of hand, that Gen and TW have no idea that this came from but it is odd that he's bringing it up. I'll say that. Just like you're all talking about, oh, should we go here? Yeah. Dude,
Thanks for entertaining my curiosity, friends.
Yeah, what the heck? Very odd.
But as far as our investigations on this, Mr. Bronze, there's many talk already of this man's misdeeds. What seems to be the problem is there's no proof. So we need something tangible. I'm happy to start anywhere. Are you all leaning towards one of these directions more so than the others?
I believe
guess
Gen
before
wants the brothel.
Oh no, I was gonna say, do you think we should all go somewhere together, or should we split up? Conquer more ground quicker.
I'm happy to go off alone or with. I think more heads are better than one when it comes to investigating.
I guess probably since this stuff keeps getting hidden or pushed under the rug, it'll be more difficult for them to rid of three of us.
Yes, true.
Someone to bounce off of or distract with if you need. Plus, I think we had 100 days until the election.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he did say 100.
Plenty of time.
So maybe at least we could start together, and if time's getting short, we can go from there.
Depending on the leads we find too, we can have people explore multiple things. Anyone have a preference on where we go first? I think his abode would be maybe a high yield place if we
Mhm.
could find a way inside.
To give all of our
Yeah, we
cards away
could-
early, but should we
even
need to be? Oh, go ahead. Again.
I was just gonna say, even before we go inside, we can talk to those protesters outside.
True.
See what,
Oh.
at least let them point us in a direction. Nothing they say is proof, but
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mr. Krabs is unfair.
Mr. Krabs in there.
Yeah, I like that
Uh,
idea. Let's go to the protesters.
Why don't we start there?
Awesome.
Fast
You
travel.
all head to Seymour Bronse's place, even if you ask around and even if you don't necessarily know where it is. You all have passed it before. Definitely may have not known it was his place before. But as you all are walking, you're walking in between kind of these wooden shack kind of buildings, right? Nothing detrimentally built, but definitely built quickly. As you're walking through, you kind of turn a corner, and in front of you, you see a very large stone mansion that has a large field in front of it. You all have kind of been walking away from the lakeside, and as you get to this place, you now see that there is a what's the word? Iron, that's the word I'm looking for. Like a metal fence that is across an entire front yard where there is a stone mansion that you all have passed before and you all know to be the Bronson, not the Bronson, that's wrong. The Bronse estate. And this is, it's a large stone building with a smooth kind of black stone roof, right? Like in contrast to all of the wooden shacks around, this is quite it is a impressive eye spot, and you can imagine that this is where Seymour Bronse lives, right? Because this is the Bronse estate that you've seen before, but haven't really put any mind to. And you do see that in front of the gate, there's just one person, a older man, kind of sitting there with a sign that says, just outright, it just says, "Screw the Bronse family." So no
One guy?
particular information. Just one guy, and he's sitting there. He's not like chanting or anything. He's just kind of sitting there, kind of to the left side of the front gate. And there don't appear to be any guards or anything. He kind of just is sitting here, and people are paying him no mind.
all right. Who wants to be the one to go up and talk to the old man?
I'll go up to him. I'll kind of. Is he like sitting?
He's sitting and he's just looking around, like he's not. He's just holding a sign in front of him, like kind of. I'll put it like this: like he's like got his knees up and he's just sitting, and the sign. He's just holding the sign in front of his knees.
Say to him like, "Hello there, sir. Quite a mighty protest you have going on here in front of the Bronze Estate today. Um,
Yeah.
would you mind telling me a little bit more about what exactly you're protesting?"
He looks to you, and as you get closer to him, and you're able to see more of his garb. He kind of has this not like tattered garb, but certainly lower class, like much more loose. Not obviously putting a lot of thought into the clothes that he's wearing, right? With some more upper class, especially with your own attire, right? Like there's kind of a contrast there. But he looks up to you and he says, "Protest? I'm not protesting anything. I'm just upset." And he kind of looks to the left and right. He's like, I don't really have any place to be after my business got shut down."
Mm. Interesting.
What are the other two doing, by the way? You've walked up Kingsley, but are you all just kind of within earshot?
I think, yeah. I think I'm probably within earshot, looking at the fence, kind of sizing it up, seeing if we can jump over the fence.
Just like go all around the property, like go up against other homes, or is it just kind of like land around it? Like, could you like circle it?
You could circle it, but like if you're looking for the fence, you see the fence kind of hits into the building, like into the mansion. So it's like there's a front yard, and then there's just the side of the mansion that you could walk besides. Like you could be right up against the side of the mansion. You don't know what the back looks like because this is all facing the lake that is now all behind you all, right? So it's like you could imagine if you were in the mansion, it would be like a lake view above the town.
Again and say, I'm going to do a half swing around the west side if you would like to join, or if you want to go the other. And then I just want to like swing around, not like go all the way around it so it's suspicious, but just kind of like peek around the side, see if there's like other doors or like kind of like what's up over there.
I'll offer to do the same thing T's doing, but on the other side.
Gotcha.
So,
TW.
I actually didn't mean to do. I didn't even mean to do that.
As you all are going to the sides, we'll continue the conversation with Kingsley. Kingsley, what do you say to him saying he lost his? He doesn't have his business anymore.
What sort of trade do you do?
He says, "Well, I used to sell fish heads. You know, after all these fishermen would cut up their fish, they would normally just throw away the heads, but there's some good stuff in there. So I would always go by and, well, I don't think they particularly knew, but I would collect all their heads and I would repurpose them."
How ingenuitive. What you say Mr. Bronse shut down your business. How do you know he was the one who shut it down?
Well, I had, he says, I had a whole basket of fish heads that I was, going to do something with, and I had my little shop on the side of the street. I was just starting out as a, small business, and then suddenly these guards came by, and he said, "You couldn't have fish," and I said, "What? Why can't I have these fish heads?" And they said, "Oh, well, they're stinking up the place." And I said, "Well, I haven't, they'll be gone soon. I'll be repurposing them." And he said, "Well, under the order of, Seymour Bronse, I am going to take this away from you." And then I tried to tussle with them, but they were much stronger than me. I'm just a frail old man, can't you see? And now I no longer have any fish heads.
A terrible injustice, indeed. My deepest condolences to what has happened to you.
Well, thank you. You're one of the only ones who have, been kind to me in this trying time, and so, I'm sitting here. Yeah, you know what? I guess I am protesting. I'm upset with Seymour. He thinks he's all high and mighty.
Do you know if Mr. Bronse is at home today? Have you seen him coming or going?
He says he's always at home. He's, whenever he's doing one of his speeches, you think he's a man of the people. No, he just goes right back into his mansion. So if he ain't talking, he's at his mansion. I'm sure of it. Why? Are you going to do something to him? And he kind of looks at you with these crazed eyes.
I want to take him out to drink. I don't know. I hope I heard that. I hope I heard that. I was listening to this conversation.
Guggen returned from his...
Yeah, I returned from going down the other side of the property.
Yeah, it's not a very big property. I'll say at this point, you both have seen on Gengend on the east side to the right, you have seen that it is a completely smooth stone wall that probably goes about like 30 feet up, like it's the side of the building, right? It's a very square kind of building, maybe some juts out in the front or something like that. You did not see anything, but you did see that there was a fence that kind of continued back on the backyard. That appears to be a fence around the backyard as well. On your side, TW, though, you see a very similar thing, but there are windows that are probably about 20 feet up. It's like a long window, a long series of windows that are all connected together. But there are no floor entrances. It appears to be just not a smooth stone wall. It's very, there's kind of, it's chunks of stone were kind of put in with some mortar. So It would be difficult to climb, though, is what you would kind of generally assess if you were thinking of doing that. But I would say you both have kind of gotten back around this time of conversation. And so, again, you say, want to get a drink with him?
Yeah, yeah. What do we plan to do? Do I plan on doing something to him? I don't want to give away our cards yet, so I'll just say that I want to get a drink with the man. I'm new to town. I want to get to know who's running it.
He looks at you and he says, well, if you want to get a drink with him, I suggest you poison his drink because he's a vile man, and I don't think if you're wondering who's running this town, it's someone who takes a man's fish heads. That's who you were talking. That's who runs this town. Kind of giving you these crazy looking eyes.
I'll make sure he pays for his own drink.
He's like, nah, that's fair, I guess.
I want to say to this guy, I'm much too scared to challenge Seymour myself, but if, say, I had a friend who wanted to do something, do you have any advice that I could tell him?
He says, well, he's really thin, so you could probably just beat him up really easily. If you just punched him in the face, he'd probably just break right away. He's like, I don't know, he's like 50 or something like that. And he has all the looks and, the wit, but, I'm just as old as him, and I'm a pretty frail guy, so I couldn't do it. But, if you had a friend that could beat someone up, I would just punch him.
Sound advice,
big dad strength, Gengen Jr.
Yeah.
Or Gengen Senior, sorry.
Yeah, friend, I think we will surely leave you to your post shortly, but was curious. I'm sure your business is not the only one that was unjustly shut down due to this man's deeds. Do you have any friends or associates who you're aware of, like the same thing befell their company?
He says, oh, well, yeah, I'd had a friend named Bill. I haven't seen him in a while, but he used to give me a lot of fish heads, I would say, a couple of years ago. He used to give me a lot of fish heads, and then I went over to his spot where he always had his fish heads, and he wasn't there anymore. So, if you can find Bill, that would be great. He had a lot of supply of fish heads, I'll tell you that.
We can certainly look out for him. And remind me again your name.
Oh, my name is Rye.
Rye. Thank you, Rye.
Yeah.
Like the bread.
Just like the bread, you're right. It's my favorite kind of bread.
Okay. I would like to pull my friends aside and ask them, did you discover anything on the perimeter?
West side.
I share my lack of discovery.
Yeah, I'll do the same.
There's
windows though.
Does there seem to be any guards anywhere, or like any presence of security?
Make a perception check for me. Everybody's looking for some guards.
All of us, or just Sam?
Yeah, you can all do it. You're all probably looking for these kinds of.
We're all perceiving.
And near 9.
Get a 19.
Oh.
Yeah. The other two, you're looking for guards in the places you would expect, but Gengen, you're using your noggin. Maybe there's guards, or there's not normally guards. And as you are looking at the mansion, and by the way, the yard is like maybe 100 feet. Like, it's not like, it is a big front yard, but it's not like some Versailles palace, huge front yard. So, you can see that there is a kind of a front porch that, has these stone steps that lead up to it. And you see sitting, Gengen, everybody else is looking for guards standing at attention. Gengen, you see that there are two people in metal armor just sitting in rocking chairs on the front porch, kind of just rocking back and forth. So you don't. It could be just a person wearing metal armor, but it seems to be these people that are enjoying a nice, summer's day.
Steven, how tall are the fences? As I am perceiving them.
Yes, as you are perceiving. I'll say that they are only about like 6 or 7 feet tall, and they don't have spikes. Like it's not like that. It's like bar fences, but then it's just a metal pole at the top,
So
horizontal.
as a big dad Gengen Senior, I would likely be able to lift one of my compatriots over the fence.
Yes, I would say you would be able to do that. Judging by your strength, you could do that.
Mhm.
Um, we have a few options. We could continue to investigate this place. Um,
Mhm.
it doesn't seem very heavily defended from the outside, but he did say that Seymour likes to hang out at home, so it could be risky to to infiltrate his abode. Um, I think Gengen pointed out that we don't want to, show our hands too early.
Hmm.
Would it make sense for us to go explore a different place and then come back here if we find out more?
Thoughts are if this man is actually involved with many affairs and different businesses, there's going to be some letter, some love letter, some cease and desist for a company that we can begin with. And I agree with your point of if we break in, our hand is shown. Um, and if we fail, then, well, we'd have to dodge out of town.
He mentioned Bill. We could talk to Bill, the
The
fish
missing
head
Bill,
supplier.
missing
Yep.
fisherman Bill.
Yep.
We look for Bill
You
as
know,
well.
you know what kind of
Good look, yeah.
establishment knows about a lot of men in the village?
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
To the brothel boys.
yeah, I would be down.
Okay.
I don't think it's a bad lead.
Yeah,
So we can ask about Bill. We can
I
ask about Mr. Bronze.
I thrive in the brothel.
All right.
All right.
Hell
Fast
yeah.
travel.
I'm gonna use. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, but off to the brothel. All right. Off to the brothel.
That's how we roll, baby.
All right. I will
Head.
say.
Sorry.
I will say that you all. Uh, just for context, do you think that either King or TW? Do you think you have been to the brothel, Kingsley? I know you said you have.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well,
Has been.
yeah, well, there is one major one in town, and it's not very far from the Bronse estate. And as you go,
Convenient.
yes, it
A
is.
likely story.
Yeah, it is called uh, the Unspoken Place, is what it's called, and
Mm.
both. Yeah. Both Gengen and Kingsley, you both have heard of and maybe have been to this one in particular. And as you visit, much like all of the buildings, it is very made of wood and has kind of that shack aesthetic, but it is quite large. And as you enter, it's this little lobby area with, it's lit by torches on the side. And I'll say it's like, getting a little bit into the afternoon by now. But, it's this little lobby area with some torches at the side. There is a counter, like a wooden counter where there is someone standing behind it. But the key is of this brothel is you can see that there is just uh, a long hallway that leads back, right? From the front, it doesn't seem very long, but it's just this super long hallway with just a whole bunch of series of doors throughout the entire place. And you see people in various states of clothing, and energy levels are going between the doors and the hallway in the back, but it probably goes for like a good 200 feet. It's a really long hallway. It's a very, very long building. And you see in front of you, you see a lady that is probably like, or no, not a lady, sorry. You see a female gnome that is standing on the other side of the counter, but probably about like 5 feet back, so you can actually see her. And she looks up to you all, and she says, "Hey, how can I assist you all?"
Can I ask the boys to have a private conversation before we interact with the gnome?
Yes.
I think
Take your
there should be
time.
a plan. So I think I'm not sure how we utilize all three of us, but I think one of us should ask for the most expensive experience,
Person.
and then another one of us should stay back and try to rizz up this gnome for information. And I don't know what the third one does. Third one maybe just looks around.
We could sneak. One of us could sneak around, and look for
Well,
things.
I don't think I could sneak or charisma my way into anything. So I think we should split these three into giving me the best experience.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably the best idea. Good, good.
I would
I'm gonna put my hand on your
I would be
shoulder and say,
I would be bolsterously drunkenly saying this, but I'm respecting someone else in the room with me, yes,
my
that
hand
would be
on
my suggestion.
Ken again's shoulder and be like, and you deserve the best treatment. I'm gonna give you a bardic inspiration as we go forward. So Garrick, with the bardic, you get an extra D8 that you can roll on a D20 roll in the next like 10 minutes.
Okay.
If you can choose when you want to use it, but just gonna give you that before we break up. You deserve the treatment.
Yep.
All right, so I'll go up to the gnome and say, my gnome lady, what is
What up,
your
my gnome?
finest? What is the finest experience that you offer?
And she looks to you, and how are you dressed? Would you say that you're dressed with someone who would go see the finest experience?
No,
She,
I would say
yeah. What are
I
you
would
wearing?
say I would say that the most similarly you would imagine me being dressed is like the Incredible Hulk, like right before his clothes rip.
Like tight
They're real tight.
Like no, it's not. No, it's not. Like I guess I poorly described that. No, they're not tight. They're just like they're huge, like loose, baggy, kind of like
A man wearing the
they're kind of
size
like
of
maybe like
shirts,
ripped
that
at
would
the
be, yeah.
they're kind of like ripped at the edges, like but
Hell yeah.
they're not like bad.
Okay, gotcha. She looks to you. She's kind of surprised. Kind of raises an eyebrow, and she says, you are asking to be in the VIP suite."
I'm asking to not be the only one in the VIP suite.
Wink.
Hell,
I
fucking
don't have
yeah.
I don't have enough riz for that. So if that comes off the worst
No,
possible way, I think that's the best thing to happen.
Just slide a
Garrett.
couple platinum pieces on the counter. That'll seal the deal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And she says, "Oh, well, of course, sir. If you are able to cough up the coin for it, I would happily give you the not lonely experience in the VIP suite."
And how much coin would that be?
Well, uh, what kind of experience would you like in the VIP suite?
I would like the experience of potentially someone who ran this town.
I wouldn't feel like I owned the place.
Imagine the most powerful man in the town just came into your establishment and
Mayoral
he
package.
wanted this
Mayoral
experience.
package. Ain't no
You want the
way.
Seymour experience.
The Seymour
Yes,
experience.
that sounds
He wants
perfect.
to see more butts.
That
Yes.
sounds perfect. That's exactly what I want.
she says, "Oh, well, uh that would cost 500 gold. If you have that."
All right. So I turned to my boys and
Hype me up.
and Hopefully without the gnome hearing. I offer to cover 300 of the 500 and ask for 100 from each of them.
Easy.
That over. Easy
Okay.
peasy.
Was that 10 platinum?
Yeah, 10 platinum.
Yeah, all right. It sounds like they're in. Sounds like they're
Chipping in 10 plat.
And plat.
So we'll pay for it that way.
Okay. Then you hand over 50 platinum, and she raises her eyebrows at this, and she kind of looks to the two other people that entered with you, and like, well, you are a very lucky man. We will definitely get you the best experience we can offer here at the unknown place. She begins to lead you down the hallway. I will say,
Actually,
Yeah,
can
what's
I
up?
interject with something pointless?
Sure.
Is it called the unknown place or the unknown place? It's run by a gnome lady.
It's unknown, like the
Okay.
knowledge.
Sorry. She's leading me down the hall or whatever.
Yeah. But you do think of that pun in your head, and you chuckle to yourself.
Yes.
That would be funny. What are you doing, Kingsley and TW?
So TW, are you a Rizzler?
Well,
think I
hold up. Sorry. Is she leading me down the hall? So she has left her post. Does she lead me down the hall?
She is right now, yes, but you presume she's just leading you to a place. So they are not. She's
Right.
not around right now as you both are talking to each other.
Okay.
I'm comfortable both moving quietly or talking with the purveyor once they come back. So you're just whichever one you would prefer. I'll leave it to you.
Why don't I? Here's what I'm thinking. I want to like go back in the like back or whatever, like wherever the staff hangs out, and like pretend to be someone who belongs there,
Hmm.
and then look around. I don't know. Would I have like a disguise kit? I could pretend to be like one of the escorts.
Mm-hmm.
Are there like male prostitutes around?
You,
Would
from
I
your
fit in?
experiences, you believe you could do that with a good enough. What is it sleight of hand? That's what the
On a
disguise
hand?
kit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
You do
Uh,
stealth
yeah,
maybe. I don't know.
yeah, with a good enough role, you think you could pass off. And I will say, from your experiences, there's not a lot of disguising that happens. You just don't wear a lot of clothes, any escorts that
True.
you've seen.
Okay. How does that plan sound? And then you can do some rizzing.
I'm happy to do that.
Nice.
Okay.
Wonderful. Okay.
Yeah,
So
we'll follow Kingsley. What is your plan too?
I'm going to. Is there like so? What's the layout of this place? Is there like a main room and then there's like back rooms? There's like a. I know there's a place like Gun Gun Got Led where like the experiences happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is there like a separate place that I can see like staff coming and going?
From your perspective, you just it is a super long building, and so you're just on one end of it, and there's this room that's maybe like 30 feet wide, 30 feet wide, and like maybe like 15, 20 feet deep. It's just kind of this big waiting area, and then there's a single hallway that just in front of you just goes the entire length of the place, and there's doors left and right where people are kind of milling in and out of these rooms that appear to be the side of the hallway. From either your experiences here or you just kind of watching around, it appears that on the other end of the building is where all of the staff come from.
I'm gonna make my way into like a changing room and change into like some male prostitute garb, and then go back and like use my disguise kit to like do some blush,
Mm-hmm.
make myself look presentable.
Yeah, nice and ready for an experience.
Hmm.
I'll say that you kind of go behind the counter because there is no gnome here right now. You kind of look in, and there appears to be an empty room that just has, a bed and like a bucket of water or something in there. And you go in there, and you're able to change. Where do you put your stuff?
Um, oh, that's a good question. I'm gonna hide it underneath the um like chair, like is there like a bench?
Mm-hmm. There's a bed there. You could hide it under.
I'll hide it under the bed, but it yeah, I'll just put everything there.
Okay.
I don't have any pockets, right?
No. Yeah.
I couldn't like keep
You're.
my pearl. You know what, I'll give the pearl uh to TW and say,
Okay.
I'm not gonna be able to hold this, so
Like the
would you
inner
mind
coat pocket.
keeping it safe? Thank you.
All right.
It opens.
Hmm. Let me investigate.
uh and then I'll go into the back where the staff are and look around.
Okay. I'll say as you're walking down this long hallway, looking as presentable, do a stealth check. Not like you're not sneaking, but or deception. Never mind. That's not. Yeah, stealth. Deception.
Deception. Um
If you're
it's gonna
trying
be a
to, yeah,
24.
24. Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah.
You are, no one. You do pass, some rooms and some other people that look very similar to you in terms of the amount of garb you're wearing. But you do make it to the end where, you've kind of, you went in, and I would say that I'll say you have a high enough roll that you do see that the gnome that led Gengen is walking back at this point in time, and but does not seem to pay you any mind. It seems to be fully focused on getting back to her post at the front. And you do make it to the other end where there is just a door at the end of this long hallway, and there's a sign on the front that says "staff only." And as you open it, you are entered this very kind of large room where there are, uh, some mirrors around, some changing booths, and you see just a bunch of people in various states of undress, just like you, basically, as you enter this room. What do you do?
Okay. Um, can I think about it?
Yeah, of course. Let's go back to Gengen's side before the gnome leaves. You are led down this long hallway, and you see this, the staff only door there. But as you're getting towards the end of the hallway, the doors have been probably every like 10, 15, 20 feet or something like that, very standard. But as you get towards the end, there is just the right side continues to do that, but on the left side, there is just a door that there's no doors for a while, and then a door, and then no doors for a while until it hits the end of the thing. So this appears to be a door entering for a very large room. And she says, well, since you have bought our best package, excuse me, how many, and of what kind would you like to be in the room with you for this experience? What are your interests?
We can't hear you, Gun
What?
Gun. Oh, there you go.
Okay, wait, hold up. My mic's being weird. Yeah. What do you have to offer, and how many do you have to offer?
She kind of looks at you and she says, I could say up to 5, and of any kind that you would like. This is just not where I thought this one shot would be. But, yeah.
I'll take the 5, and I will take a diverse bunch.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take what? Do you have 5 different types as well? Can I take one of each, or?
Yes, we. She says, "Yeah, we can surprise you if you would like that."
Sounds good to me.
Do you? I'll say this: do you give off the vibe of being very confident in this setting, or do you just are you acting like someone who's never had this kind of experience and you're now getting it?
I think kind of like definitely not nervous, but like a cocky, but people slightly see through it.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm loud, cocky, drunk, but no one's gonna look at this guy and be like, this guy is the sex god.
Gotcha. Okay,
Yeah.
then uh, she lets you into this room, and it is a very ornate room. You know, there's a large, king-sized bed with a nice wooden, ornate structure, and it seems to have very soft and comfy pillows and blankets, the finest furs you could ever imagine. And there are dressers with drawers and some mirrors and various things that I'm sure you could use in a VIP kind of suite. But
Mhm.
you are now in this room waiting, and I'll say that the gnome has now gotten back to UTW. What that she looks to you and she says, "Would you like any of your experience, or would you like an experience?"
Um, no, not from me. Although I am interested in something else that I'm sure you all um deal with in establishments like these. And that's is there anyone else in like this main lobby, or is it just me and the gnome at the moment?
Right now, it's just you and her. Right now.
Okay. Um, and that is an interest in the information and dealings that comes through these doorways. And I'm hoping we could find maybe a arrangement that could best suit us both, if that's of interest.
She kind of looks uh, to the side, to the left and the side. She kind of drops her, cheery, smiley attitude, or her service persona, and she kind of looks to you and she says, in a much more deeper voice, she says, "Are you with the underground?"
There with them, we could say. I have many sources. So is this a potential deal of interest? Is something that I don't want to waste both of our times if this is something that you all do not partake in.
She says, she kind of looks to the side and she says, "Well, I appear like I have no choice. I've had to deal with these in the past, and saying no is not an option."
Understood then. Um, Perhaps might we step into a back room to speak for a moment?
She says, yes, we can do that. And she quickly goes to another room and tries to find someone else that's presentable enough to hold off the front in case anybody else comes in. And she leads you to one of the first rooms that are within this hallway. And again, it looks very similar. How about just for fun, roll a d6 for me, Dayton. What was it?
Oh, it was a 6. Sorry.
Okay, all right. Then you do not go in the room that happened to have Kingsley stuff in it.
Oh, shit.
But you do walk in to you walk into a room and it looks very similar to what I described for Kingsley. Just a bed, a bucket of water. It's a very bare bones room in this one, but it's empty.
Now, my friend, I would like to make this arrangement as beneficial for the both of us as we possibly can be. But as you are aware, the information will come regardless. So I'm going to just level set that with you. I'm interested in Seymour Bronse. I'm aware he regularly frequents this establishment. Is that true?
She kind of looks at you, confused, and she says, well, as I'm sure you know, he does not come here. We normally send our escorts to his place. Your mic's not picking
Escorts
up for some reason.
Oh. Am I not getting picked up?
It cuts in and out a little bit.
Here, let me try my other mic real quick.
Poor Mike.
If you want to jump to someone else real quick, I can fix this.
Okay. I'll say yep.
Is that better?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
She says that they, as you may know, the escorts get sent somewhere else, or to his place.
Yes, the escorts often get sent to his place, and the records of these dealings and payments, you all keep those under lock and key, correct?
She says, yes, they are never even kept. It's all, so it could never be stolen.
You have no physical records of any sort of these workers going to the mayor's home.
Yes, that was the arrangement that we had with the underground. Was this not correct? What are you saying?
Would I actually be aware of I was kind of rolling with that, but would TW have a better understanding of what the underground is than maybe Dayton does?
You know that what I'll say is, you know as much as you would know as Dayton. It appears to be some, underground dealings behind the scenes that they have already spoken with this brothel before.
Okay.
She says that was our, the arrangement that we had with the underground before.
And were you the individual who originally made that deal?
She says, yes, I was the one.
And your name again?
She says, I'm Abisa.
Abisa. Thank you for being very cooperative, Abisa. Me and my compatriots here are working to ensure that everything's kept to a proper standard, and we are looking for certain historical records for our own collection. While we are here, might I suggest that you send the most popular workers that go to see the mayor to my compatriot who just paid for the expensive treatment. And I will cast suggestion.
Yeah, okay, yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, I was going to say, roll is that for persuasion? You're not trying to, are you trying to intimidate, or are you trying to persuade? That's up to you.
I was going, so I was trying to cast the spell suggestion on her while I was making that last effort, which is a wisdom save, DC 15 for her. And I'll just read the spell. You suggest a course of an activity limited to a sentence or two, and magically influence a creature you can see within a range and can hear and understand you. Creatures that can't be charmed are immune. Asking the creature to hurt itself, they won't do it. On the failed save, the creature pursues the course of action you described to the best of its ability.
Okay. Well, you're just in luck. She rolled a 14, so
Oh,
just underneath
Wow.
it. But she says, her eyes kind of glaze over just a little bit as you cast your spell, and she says, well, yes, this is already somewhat been done, but I'll ensure that it is his most requested.
perfect. That's all I can ask. And I guess before I make my leave, this conversation never happened. Am I understood?
Yes, she says, I've had many of these conversations, or I have many conversations that have never happened.
Fantastic. And then I'll step out and I mean, I guess I'll like sit around the entrance and just kind of like listen in and wait for everyone to finish up. But I think that's the end of what I'll do.
Gotcha. We'll skip over to I'll say Gengen's point of view. What do you do as you enter this room? You've kind of led in, and the gnome says your experience will be coming soon.
Yeah, waiting to be surprised. Can you describe the layout of this room? I know you described the decor, but what about the layout?
There is, as you enter, just in front of you, there is a large, like, king-size bed, probably about, like, 5-10 feet in front of you, and then to the left and the right. To the right, there's a big dresser with a mirror with a whole bunch of drawers. All of them are closed, but everything's cleared off right now. And then to the left, there are various, on the wall are various weapons of,
Okay,
pleasure.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand.
And that is all you really kind of see in this room.
Okay, I think I want to sit on the edge of the bed menacingly. as to yes, I'm showing confidence and strength
Mm-hmm.
when someone comes in the room. I don't
Okay.
want them to think that they have the upper hand and the leverage
Of course.
as a laying on the bed as a weakling. I'm a
Gotcha.
strong drunk fisherman.
Roll an intimidation check for me.
Oh, okay.
Just a preemptive one as people walk in.
Okay. 13.
13. I'll say, in your drunken state, you believe to be quite an intimidating presence.
I'm only tipsy. I'm going along
Yeah,
with our
okay.
plan. So
Yeah, I'm saying you feel pretty good about yourself in terms of
Mhm.
no one's gonna get the upper hand on you. And I
Okay.
will say, after probably about a minute or two of waiting, the door opens, and 3 female elves walk in, and then 2 male elves walk in, and they are all fully naked.
Okay.
Nice.
d-
Nice. And they
do
stand
I
in
do
front
I
of
rec-
you like what is it? Like a lineup. Like what's it called? Like a witness lineup. I don't
do
know what
I
to tell you.
do
Yeah,
I
like
recognize any of them?
no.
Okay. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask I'm going to take one of the females for myself, and I'm going to ask the other 4 to partner up
Mm-hmm.
heterosexually.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
then, and then I'm just gonna be like, y'all have fun in the corner of the room, and then I want to take a single female to the bed.
Okay.
Okay.
They yeah. Let me. I'm gonna have you roll a perception check with disadvantage for me.
You might
Okay.
still have the bardic if you need to use it.
Yes.
Ooh.
And you can do that
Yeah.
after seeing your roll, by the way. You will still
Okay.
have the bardic, by the way.
Okay. So, what does with disadvantage mean? Is that something just on your end, or is that
You
something I have
you
to take
roll
into
it
account?
twice. You roll it twice, and you take the lower of the 2.
Okay. Okay. So my lower of the 2 is 12.
Okay.
So I
And you
think
can
I'm
roll
gonna
your bardic
because
dice if you want.
that's what I think, and that's how many sides?
D8.
Okay.
8.
So I got a 6 there, so now I have 18 total.
Oh, yeah. That's good.
Nice.
All right.
As they walk in and they follow your bidding, they do not speak to you, first of all. And this is not your experience when being here. You've always had someone who's very talkative, just trying to have a good time, whatever. But these people seem to be quite quiet and, only spoken to if they are allowed to, is kind of the vibe that you get. But I will say, with your 18, as they walk in, they walk in very uniformly, right? It seems very trained, but I'll say to your eye, it seems almost too trained. It seems like not, you would expect them to have any personality at all, but it's as if they don't right now. Very odd looking at them this way. But they follow your instructions, and you now have you must lead this person to the bed.
Okay. So I lead female elf to bed, and then I say something along the lines of, I like to get to know the person first before we engage in anything.
Mm-hmm.
So
Wow.
tell me about yourself.
Getting so respectful.
Yeah. I'll say. She says, "What do you want to know?" And that's a very default voice.
I want to know how long you've been a pleaser of Bow citizens.
She says, "It will be 12 years in a couple days."
That's a lot. And I'll say, any memorable experiences you've had whilst doing this profession.
She
And
says,
you know what?
yeah.
I'll start to use my hands in a caressing nature.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. She does not react, to your caressing nature. And I'll say also, as you're kind of talking, you're noticing that the people that are doing it in the corner and having fun, right? They are not making much noise either. It's not, and you look over it, it doesn't seem to be, that enjoyable from your perspective. But they are doing what you said for them to do. And she says, "Well, I have been all around, and I have gotten to visit towns all across the Qatar Plains, and that has been memorable."
I'll say something like, well, the nicest house I've seen in this town so far is this is Seymour Bronse's house. Have you been there?
She says, "Yes, I've been there. It's very nice."
Oh wow, were you there on business?
She says, for the first time, her voice kind of falters a little bit, and she says, I am not allowed to speak on that."
And I would say something about, I paid for the VIP experience for a reason. I I'm entitled to this information because that will
She,
enhance my experience.
she,
My
uh,
fetish
she,
is secrets.
exactly. She says, do you know Seymour Bronse?"
You could say that.
And she says, "Do you know of him or of his doings?"
Oh God. I am aware that I am not supposed to know of his doings.
She says, then yes, I was on business.
Hmm. And oh shoot, okay. Like a recall, inner Guggen moment, inner Gengen moment.
Yeah.
Do I know that Seymour has a wife and or an alive wife?
Yes. Yeah, wife. Yeah,
Okay.
He's had a wife for
Um,
this whole time.
and does his wife approve of your business at his house?
Roll a persuasion check for me.
Oof. Okay. 5.
uh, your caressing nature is not the caressing game is not strong with Genkin right now, unfortunately. But I'll say that you do say she says to your question. She has never told me whether she approves or not. Or
Okay,
no,
and so
I'll say
then
I'll rephrase. I'll say she says,
Okay.
I have never spoken to her to know.
Okay. So then I'll ask something like, if I told you I wanted the Seymour Bronze experience right here in this room, what would you do?
Uh, she says, well, we play a little game. Do you want to play that game?
I believe so, yes.
She says, well, I am no longer my own name, but I take the name of his wife.
Okay.
And I start to clean around the mansion. And
Oh, okay.
I, uh, so I would, and she kind of looks around, I guess I would clean around here and take the name of your wife. And then, I would do whatever he asked me after that.
Does what he asked involve being unfaithful to his wife?
He says, she says, uh, hmm. You roll another persuasion check, but I'll say this time with advantage.
Does that mean roll 2, best one?
Yeah, roll 2 and then the best one. Yeah.
Okay, my best one's a 17.
She kind of looks over to you, and you've been just sitting with her, big dad energy. And
Mhm.
she kind of looks at you, and you can see that her eyes are starting to get a little teary. They're kind of like the wet. Her eyes are kind of puffy, right? And she says, "Yes, yes, I have." And then she kind of looks over to the other people that are having sex in the corner, and she looks back to you, and this time her eyes are a little bit wider uh, than before. It's been very monotone this whole time, and she says, "Yes, I, I don't know why I do this." And a tear starts to fall down her face, and she says, "Why, I." And she, suddenly gets up, and walks away from you, which you did not tell her to do, right? And so you can
Okay.
tell that this is kind of it's the first time that she's kind of gone, acted on her own volition, I guess I should say. and she, looks back at you, and she's, there's a couple more tears falling down her face, and she says, I don't know why I'm doing this. Why do you, and she looks to you, and she kind of looks angry, and she says, do you not just want to have sex? Why are you asking me all these questions?
I find, oh dude, I can't decide how to approach this. I find that it's the most enjoyable when both parties are their most vulnerable.
And she
And
said,
if you seek the same from me, go ahead. But I noticed that you were in a sort of an emotionless, trained state, and I'm sorry to have brought up bad emotions from the past, but I believe that would have enhanced my experience. Speaking not drunk enough, but
Damn. Gungun Senior is a good guy.
except he ran away from his family.
Except for that part.
Yeah. She's
Good guy for being a deadbeat dad.
she says, well, you're getting the emotions that you wanted. I never get what I want out of these experiences. It's only ever what you want. So what else do you want? Please just tell me so we can be done.
What is your
Excuse me.
relation? What is your relation to the 4 people in the corner?
And she looks over, and the 4 people are just still going, not really paying attention
You know
to
what?
y'all.
I'll tell them to stop. I'll tell them if they don't want to keep going, they do not have to. Like when she looks over there
Mhm.
with tears in her eyes, I'll say,
Yeah.
you guys can stop."
They continue to go, but it's like as if you had like broken like a computer's logic, like because you have asked a question that they don't really understand. So they kind of falter for a second, and they look at you confused for the first time. Before it's just normal, just looks, but now they're like looking at you confused, but they continue to keep going based off of what you said.
Okay. And then what was the answer to the what's the relation of the 4 in the corner to the girl name?
She looks back at you and she says, I don't know these people. I'm not allowed to
Okay.
speak with them.
I'd say like is someone forcing you to continue doing this? Do you have other dreams? Is someone blackmailing you?
She says, she looks at you, and, based off of your persuasion roll earlier, I'll say that she looks at you and she says, I can't say it out loud, but I'll, and she's like nodding her head. She says, I can't tell you, but she's like nodding her head at you.
If you told me in this room, would someone else hear it that I didn't want to? Is someone else listening to our conversation?
She says, I don't know what you're talking about, while nodding.
Mm.
Is there oh shoot. Okay, so I walk up to her very cautiously,
Mm-hmm.
and I whisper in her ear, "Can they hear me now?"
And she looks back at you and she whispers back, no.
Okay. So I go whisper to her and I say, "Would any of the other 4 people in the room know more about Seymour Bronze than what you told me?"
And she says, maybe the men.
All right. I pluck the men from the women.
You go over here. All right, yeah.
Um,
And in front of you is a male elf just standing there naked, emotionless,
Yep.
waiting
Yep.
for you to say something.
And so Uh, shoot. So I'm going to bring the male elf
Mm-hmm.
to close to me, so whisper range, whisper.
Hey,
And
what's
so
up,
I'm gonna
bro?
whisper. So I'm gonna whisper to him. I'm not here. I'm not here for sex. You don't have to do. You don't have to do anything for me. Uh, tell me everything you can about the services you provide for Seymour Bronse.
Uh, he kind of looks to you, and he furrows his eyebrows, and he says, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know a Seymour Bronze. And
Okay.
he
So
says
now I
this.
go.
He doesn't whisper to you, I'll say.
So I go to the girl that
Mm-hmm.
I had just made cry,
Yeah.
and I tell her, and I whisper in her ear, uh, to go talk to the male, and be like, I need information out of here in order to help you and help you get out of this, and I need you to convince him to give it to me. So that's what I do.
Mm. I'll say, as you're doing this, you hear a knock on the door, and you hear the gnome say, which I'll say after your conversation, TW, this whole time the gnome has not been at the front. It has been whoever replaced her, right? The gnome hasn't come back. And you hear a knock on the door again, and you hear from the gnome. She says, "Is everything okay in there? Is everything to your liking?"
I respond. Yes. I like taking things slow. So I don't know.
Uh, roll a persuasion check for me.
19.
Oh, damn, this guy's persuasive. She says,
What's funny is I have a 0 persuasion like addition thing or whatever you call that.
"Let's fucking go, dude." She says, "Okay, well, you all continue on," and she leaves. And I'll say, before we get to what the guy says, let's go
Go
over
back to
to
Sam
Kingsley.
or whatever. Kingsley.
Yeah, Kingsley.
I'm putting on
Kingsley,
that
what?
jock strap.
Yeah, Kingsley. You walk into the back room and you see, I'd say probably like 6 or 7 people are, in various, what are they're not races. What are they called? Backgrounds? No. Species, I think is what they're called. But, various species and, sexes. And you see a room just filled with these people. There's probably like 7, and it's a kind of large room with mirrors and stuff. What do you do?
I think I would like to make sort of like a general, like, see if there's anything interesting, like perception,
Mm-hmm.
maybe insight into like these people, um, sort of like eavesdrop on any conversations they're having,
Mm-hmm.
while also remaining sort of blended in.
Gotcha. Yeah, I would do an insight check for me.
Okay. 212? 12.
12. I'll say they all seem to, some are chatting with one another, just having a normal conversation. They all appear to be just living their life. Like, you can imagine what staff, like, on, like, in the break room, or, like, having a smoke break or something. Like, just a very kind of chill atmosphere. No one's really paying attention to you. Maybe they glanced over as you walked in, but they're not paying attention to you right now. But I'd say, yeah, just the general vibe of the room is people are chilled out. You don't, like, from Gen's experience, you don't see anything similar to that. I'll put it out. Nothing that catches your eye.
What sorts of things are they talking about? Are they talking very much at all?
Yeah, like they're chatting it around, and as you're kind of just walking, they're not trying to hide their conversation at all. It's not like they're whispering to one another. They are, talking about past clients that they've had, you know, different, reminiscing about stories, but also just, one conversation you hear is just talking about how, oh, they need to, some fruit that they had gone bad and they forgot about it, in a basket. And so it started smelling up the house and now they got a fly problem. And, you just start hearing, just random conversations about what people have
I
around.
want to chime in on one of these conversations
Okay.
about like clients they've had and say, um, you guys wouldn't believe who my last client was.
And they look to you and they're like, oh, well, say, what?
The mayor of Bo himself, Mr. Seymour Bronse.
Mm-hmm. They, as you say this, they both, look, their eyes kind of open up wide, and not in surprise, but in, I'd say, fright is the best way to put it. They look like, holy shit, why did you just say that out loud? And they kind of look around, and one of them is, a female, or one of them, I'll say, is a male dwarf, and he is like, hey, buddy, you gotta keep that down. You don't want to say that around. You don't want to say that too loud.
I say like, well, I trust you guys, my fellow coworkers. You wouldn't go ratting me out, would you?
Yeah, and they the
Sort
other
of getting
one,
at like, is
yeah,
there some other reason I should be
yeah,
concerned?
exactly. The other person that they're kind of having a conversation between is a female, just human, and she is like, "Why are you new here or something? Why you you should not, and he the male dwarf kind of gestures you to come over and like sit with them, and he's like, dude, you need to not be saying these things. I don't know if you just came around here, but they people get fired from here all the time if they say the wrong things. I don't know how, but I think they always hear, I think they have people around that can somehow listen in on us. I don't know what to tell you, but you shouldn't say those kinds of things."
I say, well, I am new around here, yes. Terribly sorry for breaking this taboo. You say you don't know how exactly they find out. Who else has sort of been fired? How many people?
And the dwarf kind of looks to the female, and she's like, "Well, I've been here for a long time, so I've kind of lost count at this point."
Hmm. And what kinds of people typically go getting fired? Like just females?
Uh, she says, "No, it's
Anyone?
anyone who," and she kind of looks back and forth. Anyone who, like you just did, brings up one of our clients that we don't keep on the books.
Mm, I see. I see. I wanna find out because we don't have like we need like proof, right? We need to find some way of even if we get anyone to admit like that they've been with Seymour. That's just
Mm-hmm.
it's not like actual evidence.
Yeah.
There's the sort of like tender of the brothel. She said they don't keep physical records to TW,
Yeah, to TW,
or
she said
Yeah.
that.
they
Yeah.
don't keep them here.
She said they don't keep them, right? That's my
they just-
understanding.
yeah, the understanding is that no records are ever kept, and that's an agreement that was made earlier.
I think TW would have, while sitting in the front, not to take a thing from you,
That's okay.
Kingsley, but like would have. I have message, so if at any point I see like Kingsley like walking by, I'll like kind of like hold a hand up and like whisper into my palm and try to like message all the intel that I got out to Kingsley, so he'd be aware of everything that I learned too.
Okay.
I don't know. What do you guys think?
If they don't
What
have,
should I ask?
if they don't have records, it's hard to get physical proof.
Maybe ask it. Maybe ask if there's a schedule that they go in, or something.
Or like how they
Or, like,
receive the
if we-
orders?
Like
Yeah.
I don't like if we can like plant someone to catch him in the act, like if it's a consistent schedule or something.
Yeah. So I'll ask them like, how often do people go see the same client that I did?
He says, again, the dwarf kind of looks to the female and she says, "Oh, probably once every like 10 days. It depends. It's normally one of the and he and the dwarf kind of takes over and he's like, "Yeah, one of the elite 5, that's what we like to call them, but
Good.
he says, yeah, one of the elite 5. Those people, they take this job a little too seriously, if you ask me." And and the female chimes in. She's like, "Well, I don't think that they're really, I've been here for a long time, and they've been here for even longer than me, so I don't think that they view this as just a little side job like kind of we do, that we're getting back on our feet." And the dwarf is like, "Oh, I guess that's true, but yeah, it's one of the elite 5. It's never one of us. You're wait." And he kind of catches himself and he says, "Well, then how did you get a client? What's your name? I haven't seen you here before."
My name is Jace, and
From State Farm.
yes,
yeah.
yeah, I'm not really sure. It just I'm new here. I was given a sort of an order to go over to his house, and but when I went, he wasn't there, so I ended up having to come back. Do people normally not come back when they
Uh,
go?
I'd like you to roll a deception check for me.
Okay.
I was
Nice.
waiting on that.
Yeah,
21.
21.
I have a +10 deception.
Goddamn. I would say he, kind of buys your story a little bit, but he says, "Yeah, no, normally, people always do come back. They just whenever one of them, heads out of here, it's never done here per se. It's
I
always
see.
done at these unspoken clients."
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, is it so it's usually the same 5 people? One of the same 5 or always all of them?
He again is still like checking over shoulders and everything. He's like, yeah,
I'm being
like,
very
yeah. He's like, yeah, it's only one of them typically.
Which
For
one?
at least that client. Well, no, one of the 5.
Oh, just any.
Just
Any certain one?
any of those. It depends on how that client is feeling.
Okay. When was the last time uh that you can recall that one of those 5 went over to
Uh,
see a client?
He kind of looks over to the female again, and she kind of looks at you, and she says, "You're asking a lot of questions for someone who's new around. I understand it's good to get to know things around the business, but I'm sure if you're here long enough, then you'll be able to see what their schedule is."
Yes, well, I was just trying to, like you said, gain some knowledge on the trade I'm entering into and, you know, try and get ahead of the game a little bit. And
And
perhaps I
she,
could become a regular of
uh,
of this client if I try hard enough.
she kind of leans back and she says, "Well, I don't think that you're not to hate on you, but I don't think you're ever going to be a part of the Elite Five."
Mm. It's not very nice.
Damn.
Why do you
Get
say
that
that?
shit.
And
You don't
she's
think I'm
like,
handsome enough?
she says, "It has nothing to do with being handsome, sweetie. I have been here for a long time, and I have no chances of being part of the Elite Five. They are make make a persuasion roll with disadvantage for me.
Okay.
Just your general demeanor. You're not really saying anything in this moment, but
I rolled 2 18s.
No,
Plus 10, 28.
Jesus
wow.
Christ.
She's very trusting of you. She says, well, they are special. They don't. They all are being used for some very apparently wealthy client right now, but they all are special. They always do what they have said. They don't fight back in any way. I know not why they are so malleable, but they they won't say no to anything. I'll put it that way.
Mm, interesting. Well, I suppose I do have. I'm not so, no, I'm not such a pushover, so I suppose not being qualified is a good thing in this case.
And she kind of
Um,
laughs, and she's like, "Yes, yeah, I personally never want to be a part of the Elite Five."
mm. Well, thank you. It's nice to meet my coworkers.
Yeah.
What are your names?
She says, "Well, my name is Lisa, and this is Bry." I don't know. Just
Lisa and
making up
Bry.
name. Yeah, Bry. Yeah, it's a basically just rye, but with a B. Yeah,
Bry guy.
yeah, Bry.
Wow. Um,
Uh,
yes. Thank you for. I'm terribly sorry for. For.
are you not sticking around? Is this not your shift?
Well, I just came in to freshen up and get some air before my next client, so I must head on
Oh,
back, as it were. Am I able to see anything else of interest in this room that,
make a perception check. You're kind of looking around.
um, that's a
Sam,
19.
I thought you were asking that for like the people, and I'm
No.
just geeking.
You really have
Is there
such a
anything
secret?
interesting
Yeah,
You guys have any
it's,
juicy secrets for me?
yeah.
Any goss?
What'd you get?
Any goss? Oh, sure.
19.
Dane's character
Nice.
loves goss.
I love goss, bro.
Love it, dude. As you're looking around the room, there are, the things that would probably pique your interest the most is there are like sheets of paper that are around, and some of them do have schedules on them that you can kind of
Ooh.
just glance just at like the table that's right next to you. You see some schedules that you can only presume are maybe Bry's and Lisa's, next clients that they have reserved, I guess. But though that's what piques your interest, the room. It seems to be just a bunch of chairs and tables and mirrors and, general places where you can hang clothes and things like that.
I see. I guess I'll just leave then.
Okay.
I'm not gonna steal their schedules.
Okay.
I don't want to fuck over my new friends.
Yeah.
Plus, it sounds like I probably won't find anything useful on them anyways, if they're not keeping records of like anything. Unless I saw something interesting on one of the schedules when I peeked at it.
I mean, as you're peeking at the schedules, I'll say this also with your perception check, which, since you've now heard about the Elite Five, you kind of noticed this. There is like one side of the room appears to be like have like 5 tables and chairs that are a lot more neater than the others. Everything else is more kind of strewn around, but there's just these 5 over there that, the desk is very neat, the chair's pushed in, papers are kind of stacked to the side and things like that. So
Can I saunter over there and
yeah.
take a sneaky peek at some of those papers?
Yeah, are you trying to take them or you're just trying to look at the top of them without being too obvious?
I want to look for like if I can find a schedule. If I have to sort of like move some papers around discreetly, I can roll for that.
Yeah, then I would say looking at the top, there doesn't all of the papers appear to be turned over.
So yes, I'm gonna take a flip through. I'll take like the stack, flip through them quickly. Trying not to be seen.
Yeah, make a stealth roll for me.
Stealth.
Oof.
Oof.
Sneaky.
That is a 9.
You've rifled through papers before, and normally you do it kind of quietly, but this time there is kind of a sound as you're kind of going through it. And I'll say that some people do glance over at you doing this, but no one interacts with you or does anything. But as you kind of just flip through really quickly to look, you do see some pages that look very similar to the ones that were on the desk in terms of like, there's like lines across it and different schedules and things like that.
I'm gonna take one of those, crumple it up, and put it in my mouth, and then leave. Trying not to get saliva on it because I don't have any pockets.
Do a sleight of hand
Yeah,
check.
the prison pocket.
Yeah, my prison wallet. Sleight of hand, that's a 21.
21. Okay, I'll say you're able to make it, people see you rifling with the papers, but no one really sees that you now have a piece of paper in your mouth. And you leave? Okay.
While I'm walking back, I want to sort of just go back and get my stuff while continuing to be disguised until I get there. Do I see anything interesting or hear anything interesting as I pass any of the rooms?
You hear general sex noises, maybe, in various rooms, but you don't hear anything, particularly juicy, I'll say, even without a perception roll. Like, you don't hear anything, I'd say.
Okay. Then I'll just go quickly into the room where my stuff is, change, and then head back to where TW is. Yeah. Take the paper out of my mouth.
Right.
Put it in my bag.
We will let's go over back to Gengen. So Gengen, you asked.
I'll try to speed mine up.
I'll say you asked her to try and get the information out of it. Convince him. Let me roll some dice.
Rolling.
What happened to my D20? What? This is the problem. I play with my dice absent-mindedly, and then I misplace them.
Don't we all?
I usually stack mine. Very fun.
I will say that she she kind of goes over and starts quietly speaking to the guy, but the guy the whole time does not even look at her and kind of just shakes his head back and forth like in a no as she is speaking to him. And it appears that she is not successful in extracting information out of this guy or convincing him.
So I'll say that I'm gonna give up on convincing him, and so I'm gonna go whisper to the girl now. I'm gonna say, I have a plan that could get you out of here. It's a little risky. Would you be down for it? Would you be interested?
She make a persuasion check for me. And I'll say without disadvantage, like just no normal roll, a straight roll.
14.
14. I'll say she doesn't say anything, but she looks to you. Like waiting, I guess.
Alright, I'm just gonna kind of think out loud as Gehrig, not as Gengen Jr.
Okay.
I'm thinking that I take her in my arms and pretend like she's had a health emergency and sprint out of the brothel towards a hospital with this naked girl. But then we we kind of get her to safety and are like, okay, are you able to talk here? Do you have any trackers in you? So
In your prison wallet.
You never know.
You never know.
so I'm gonna say, like, as you can tell from this conversation, I've had no interest in terms of taking physical advantage of you. So I need you to trust me. And then,
Good guy.
does she give any reaction, or is she still blank faced?
I would say that she now says, I want to hear your plan before I trust you.
Okay. I just told you the plan, so I'm just gonna say I whisper to her that plan.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to carry her like she's my little child, and then she just had a health emergency, and maybe I'll even scream that as I run. I'll run past my friends and everything, like ignore them, prioritizing the fact that this girl has a health emergency, and I'll sprint in the direction of a hospital, and then eventually hide, and then we'll get her clothing and food and stuff.
I would like to help him by creating commotion and saying, "Oh my God, someone make way! Emergency!"
but she doesn't know this yet. So
Yes. She hears this plan, and I'll say she says, and then what do I do once I'm out? She like whispers to you, what do I do once I'm out? Once we are safe, if this even works.
okay, so I'll whisper. I'll say, I have a very powerful friend who has very powerful connections. I have a rich and powerful friend who has powerful connections, and he can get you a life that is much better than this one that brings you to tears.
I'll say do a persuasion check with advantage. Or
God
you
dang, dude!
bringing
Maybe if
in
I
this
would have
powerful people.
added to persuasion. Okay, 13.
I'll say, yeah, she nods with you, and she says, she's kind of had this revelation moment, just, for you all as players, like looking into her head, you can kind of tell again in her face that she had this moment where, after you're asking all these questions, she realizing like what she's doing, and the kind of the situation that she's in. And so she's willing to go along with your plan. She nods with you and she says, I trust you.
Okay, so now I go to the other four and I say, as my paid workers, I need you to just start screaming. Continue screaming.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Do they obey me?
As soon as you say this, they start screaming.
Okay.
Very
I
loudly.
pick up the girl.
Yep.
I pick up the female elf.
Yep.
I open the door. I sprint out the room. I start yelling that she's I don't know. She's fainted. She's had a heart attack. I'm gonna run her to the hospital.
Okay.
I'm just running stuff. I'm just yelling like something's happened. I'm taking her to the hospital right now. And I
Okay.
just start running. And then I guess Sam wants to do what Sam said he was going to do.
Yeah, I'm gonna help you
Okay.
to like
Yeah,
give you
like
advantage on whatever
chaos
roll
still being chaos.
Mm-hmm.
by like
And so
assisting
then
in the chaos.
I sprint out of the build. I don't know. Stop me if I ever need to roll or check
Yeah.
anything.
I'll say this. I want you to do an athletics check as you're sprinting down the hallway for me.
Okay.
So athletics.
That would be a 24.
Nice.
Fucking go, dude. I was hoping for a high roll because
Are you a
what's gonna
barbarian?
happen?
I prioritize strength and athletics because I was big.
Hell
Are
yeah,
you a
dude.
barbarian?
Good.
No,
I think
Oh.
you're a monk.
I am a monk.
Oh, monk.
Let's go, dude. But
Nice.
anyways,
Big
as you're sprinting down the hall, screaming, right? There are some people that kind of open up the door and look out, including the gnome that was, has kind of been perusing the halls, and she kind of looks over and she looks quite bewildered at your display. But you are such a physical specimen, just sprinting down this hall that you just barrel past her. Like even if she even tried to attempt to get in the way, she would just get absolutely bulldozed. So she just stays out of the way, and you're
Freight
sprinting.
train.
Wait, I'm not sure if that's what you meant to represent, but I definitely imagine myself being the police officer from Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Flint Lockwood.
yeah, exactly. Perfect running form. And you are sprinting out, and she, and yeah, so Kingsley and TW, after meeting up, and Kingsley telling TW of everything, you now hear some screaming, and you see Gen, a person you just met today, or not just met today, but just really interacted with more today, sprinting out with a naked female elf in his arms,
So funny.
sprinting about how she is injured in some way.
We just go with the plan.
Yeah.
I'm gonna instinctively. Do you want me to like roll insight to see if I know if this is like a real thing
I'm
or
going to say
he's
it. I'm going to say that he is sprinting with such a vigor that it's such a ridiculous premise that you almost believe you have to go with the assumption that it is part of the plan.
okay. Then yeah, I'll like if anyone's like trying to get in the way or
Mhm.
whatever, I'm like, let them through. She's having an emergency. She needs help. You know.
What do you
Yeah.
do, TW?
I think I just stand up and I went to yeah, I guess to just add with it, I'll just be using like prestidigitation to like just cause other like ruckus and noise like further in the back to try to like draw attention elsewhere too, and just as
Hell
we
yeah.
all make our
Chaos.
way. Yeah.
Just absolute chaos in this moment. I love it. I will say you're absolutely able successfully to get out onto the street, all three of you, with this girl, and you look left and right, and you're just out in the open street. You said you wanted to sprint towards a hospital, or at least the direction of
Would I
which.
know where a hospital is?
Yes, I would say you have a general enough knowledge to know that you need to go left as you exit the building.
Okay. So I'm gonna turn left, exiting the building, and then I'm going to turn left from there at the first possible opportunity, so as to duck anyone who has maybe like stepped outside the brothel to watch me run.
Mm-hmm.
So like I'm gonna try to turn, whether it's down it's probably not down an alley, down the next
Yeah,
street.
down another street.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna turn there.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'm gonna try to get to like a safe alley place,
Okay.
like
Well,
somewhere we can just stop.
what do you do,
Like
TW and Kingsley? You just following along?
Yeah. Run along.
Are there any like cloths I can grab on the way out to be able to cover her with?
Yeah, I would say in your bag, you may have a cloth or something that, some spare clothes or something that can be covered up with. That she
Sure.
can be covered up with. All right,
Great.
I'll say you're able to make it to a safe spot. You've definitely drawn some attention, but based off of your yelling and screaming, it is, you know, you haven't gotten the attention of anybody enough to follow you. It seems like you've got it under control. I'll put it that way. And so
Well,
you make it.
Very cool.
that was from the exit. What happened again?
You'll never believe it. I had five had five elves enter my room waiting to
Damn.
please me. And
Lucky.
I tried to speak with one, and she gave me some information, this elf right here.
Mhm.
But she was able to inform me that somehow other people were listening into this room and listening in on this conversation. So I figured the only way was to escape. She told me that the male elves that were in my room might have more information, but unfortunately, she and I were unable to get the male elves to open up. They seemed under some like spell or trance,
Mm.
where they were so obsessed with their work and completing everything that they would not give any information on Mr. Bronze. I feel lucky enough that I was able to get what I did out of this elf, and so I figured my best plan in order to at least get proof or more information was to take her out. And I have told her that we have a powerful friend, and I only can hope that he will go along with our plan to help get this woman on her feet.
I learned similar things to that. That there's probably people listening in that building, um, and that the Elite Five are they don't say no or something. Uh, I also procured a what I believe to be a schedule of someone in that group.
Oh, that reminds me.
No, so I produce a crumpled up piece of paper.
Mm-hmm. The edge is
Does it
slightly
have
wet.
anything? Yeah, it's just a little damp.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything useful that we can glean from it? Whose is it? Is it the same one as hers, or is it a different one?
20%
No,
chance.
yeah, yeah. How about let's make it up to chance just for fun. You roll a d20, and if it's
Okay.
a 1 through 4, then it is hers. Or yeah, let's make it a 16 to 20, or no, 17 to
Okay.
20.
17 to 20.
Almost
6
6.
or 9. Still
Nope.
not good enough.
Yep, unfortunate. It is not hers, but as you look at it, it is a scheduled. It is titled. Let me pull open. The name document. You see L'Oreal is just L'Oreal is under seems to be like a pretty standard copied sheet that someone just had to make a whole bunch of, and so next to the name column it was L'Oreal, and it appears to be the next 10 days, and it seems we're already through 4 days, and you can see that the very last day the schedule is just completely clear. There's no
Mm.
names or anything on this last day, whereas all the rest, there's various names, and you can see in the current time slot there was it doesn't say anybody's name, but it just says on demand client.
I see. So that's something we could potentially do is wait until that day, because we know we could figure out like which day that's gonna be, and then like follow her, or
Would we
something.
be able to grab? I mean, we'd have more eyewitness proof, but would that matter against his word? I think.
Yeah.
I think even having a witness here in this document is a really good start,
Yeah.
right?
We could go drop these off at the headquarters.
Yeah,
Bring her there
Yeah,
too.
yeah, we
that's a
we
good
should
idea.
call or whatever. He gave us like a card or a
Like an
number to
address.
call,
He has
right?
an address
I think
for
an
a
address.
safe house or something.
Yeah, I think I'd also like to take Shouty here to that address.
Yeah, and
Can
just by the
I?
way, this whole time she is just, she's kind of breathing
I like
heavily, not really listening to y'all, but she's kind of just, sitting on the side with whatever clothes
I
that.
think it's a nice day.
Hmm?
It's a good thing it's a nice day, so she's not
Yeah,
cold.
yeah, no, exactly. It's not freezing, but she, with whatever clothes you gave her, Kingsley, she's just kind of sitting against the wall, just kind of not hyperventilating, but kind of breathing to herself. She's not really paying attention to y'all because she has just escaped this place.
Can I ask about like the types of technological innovations that we have right now? Are there one cars and two video cameras?
Neither. No, this is like very
Okay,
medieval times. So there is magic
got it.
though. So most people go around on horses and carts and things like that, or just walk around. But I'll say that in terms of video cameras, no. But there are spells and magical items. Well, how about the three of you make an Arcana check
Yeah, we
for
might
me?
be able to find an item that can record or
Mhm.
recreate an image or something.
We
I
got
got
5.
12.
12.
I'll say for Gengen and TW, you know that there are devices that can record speech. Uh, you don't know of any other kind of magical devices that could exist or that do exist that could do like video or something like, or recreate an image or something like that. So you don't know of those, but you do know there are devices where there's listening devices, and that kind of seems conducive with what you were hearing about Gengen with.
Okay.
There
Yeah,
could have been listening, magical
listening.
things within this room. So those do
Mm,
exist.
I guess I'll ask the girl. Do we think that she's being watched anymore, or is it just in the brothel?
She says, I I do not know. I only I never really was allowed to be outside of the brothel. So I don't know
And
too much about what is on the outside. This is she's kind of looking all around. She's like, this is all very new to me, but I would say yes. I don't think there's anything on me that means that I can be listened to. I think it was only there.
Would you be
so,
okay
all right.
if we took you to a place where you would be safe?
She says, yes, and she looks to you, Gengen, and she says, is this the powerful man that you know?
No, this is not the powerful man that I know.
I
This man was
wish.
just recently dressed up as a male
Oh,
prostitute.
no, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
She's like,
The safe
is
house?
the place that the safe place? Is
Yes,
that the place of the
yes,
man that you know?
yes.
so how I'm seeing it is we have a few options. I agree with both of you that we should drop this one and the reports off. From there, we could try to stake out and wait until the dates on these leisure and try to get things that way. We could try to pursue the business end
Bill.
of the thread, or
The
maybe even
the fish
just
heads.
the fish heads,
I just don't
or
want to go.
even attempt to breach the mayor's home to see if he has physical evidence left in his property.
Yes.
Um, just something for us to think about as we walk.
I'll say you all head to
safe house.
Yeah, to Ryan's to the address that Ryan gave you, or yeah, address Ryan gave you, and it is kind of a building that appears to be, kind of very recently constructed. There are still some, pieces of wood and tools around that would indicate that it's still kind of a work in progress. But as you walk up to this very humble-looking building, you can see that it's probably 2 or 3 stories tall. As you walk up to it, and you knock, or the front door is just wide open, I should say. You don't have to knock. And do you all just walk within? This is the address that was given to you.
I guess so.
I say maybe send 2 people in and maybe send the 2 people that aren't me in, and then I'll stay out with Goral.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good
Goro.
idea.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll scout it out.
Yeah. You two walk in, and you see that there is a bunch of posters around for to vote for Ryan Beauregard, and you see some general sketches of him, being very, mayorly, but in all the sketches, his head is a normal size compared to his actual body. But
Beast.
yeah, but you see there are some people just sitting at desks and writing things out. Maybe there's one person that's actually drawing out more of these posters and flyers, and then you see sitting there is Ryan Beauregard, who's wearing much more normal, kind of akin to what you're wearing, TW, very, very nice looking suit, what you would expect a mayor or someone to wear, very nice. But this one especially does look, very well made and of very fine, silk materials perhaps. And he sees you come in and he says, "Oh, hi, yes, hi, you back? You are here back quite early. It was only just a few hours ago that I saw you. What do you have more information? Do you have questions?"
We do have we have some information for you, actually.
He says, "Oh,
We
you
do work quite quickly.
Yes. If we had a person, maybe a witness, perhaps, would they be safe here?
Hey, a witness? Yeah, well, of course, yes." And he kind of looks around and he says, "Yes, we do have some spare rooms available. Yes, that they could stay in. Is this a wanted person? Why are they being hunted or something?"
Well, just out of an abundance of caution.
And their
Um,
safety.
and their safety.
Oh, well, yes, I understand. There are some. I understand political dealings, and there may be some underground people that may be upset.
Yes. Well, I guess wonderful. We can introduce you then, to her. She uh works at an establishment that perhaps your political opponent would be not like would not like to have his hand found inside.
That's a great way of phrasing that.
Goodness.
He says, "Oh, what kind of establishment? Yeah, I know he frequents many of these kinds of places that others would not want him to be seen at."
Have I been invited in at this point?
That's up to
Yeah,
you.
I'll bucket
Okay.
you guys in.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, why don't we
What's it
just
called? The unknown inn? What's it called? Unknown something.
Unknown place.
Unknown place. Yeah, I think is what it is.
Unknown. Yeah, but yeah, I'll make sure to mention that they don't. He's never goes to this establishment. The individuals come to him.
And there's been
But
deals
yes,
made that they don't keep proper records, though we have found records that point to unmarked guests.
A possible
And
lead.
our friend here can attest to it.
And she is kind of looking all around at all the campaign, posters and everything around, and she's like, I, she says, yes, uh, are you, we're talking, are you, and she kind of looks to, uh, Ryan now, and she's like, are you the rich and powerful person that these men have talked about? And Ryan looks to Ryan looks at her and is like, "Oh yes, I am. I am the most. I am. I will soon be quite powerful, but I am rich as you can probably tell." And he kind of scruffs up his suit a little bit, and he says, And she does not in any way hold back her surprise from hearing his voice. I'll put it that way. But she, he's used to it. She kind of looks worried back to y'all, being like, who is this?" But he's like, "Yes, I can keep you safe, and if you're willing to help, we can bring down some of the corrupt people in this city, and you can be on the good side. How does that sound?" And she nods her head and kind of looks to y'all to continue the conversation. She's just kind of taken aback by this guy.
But Mr. Beauregard here will take great care of you, and like you said, happy to have your support in these efforts after getting you out of such a place. We don't mean to just change your life drastically, then leave you, but we'll be, I think, or I will. I don't want to speak for all of us, but I think we will be around, searching for more evidence to hopefully bring this man to light that he deserves.
Yes.
And she nods along, and she says, "Okay." Or no, that's the wrong person. She goes, "Okay. Yes, I can do this. Yes. And she kind of looks down. She's like, "Anywhere is probably better than there. I'd imagine. I can get situated." And Ryan is like, "Yes. I'll have one of my assistants help you and lead you to your room." And they kind of, one of the other people that was working there writing out, scribing out stuff, gets led away with the girl that you all saved from this place. One of the five. And so Ryan now looks to y'all, and he says, "So you said you have evidence as well as a witness. This is fantastic. And this is only within the first day. I'm sure more can get even captured."
Well, it's not very solid evidence, but we did find a schedule of of um one of the escorts who according to the people who work there, they frequent um Mr. Seymour's abode every once in a while, and we found a space in the schedule free for an unnamed client, which we believe to be Mr. Beauregard. So that is a lead we could pursue. And then we will leave this schedule here with you,
Hmm.
just for safekeeping.
Yeah, he looks at the schedule, and he kind of furrows his eyebrows, and he says, have you spoken with this L'Oreal? Is there any way we could get L'Oreal in, and we can speak with? Was that L'Oreal?" And he kind of points behind him at where the girl disappeared to.
I don't believe it was L'Oreal, the one we brought. Um, we could go back and try again. And we caused quite a commotion on our way out. I don't think
I am not a fan of that idea.
might not succeed.
I think she would be willing to attest to her experience as well as L'Oreal's experience, perhaps.
Yes.
Ryan says, "Oh, okay. Well, this is good stuff. Do you have any plans to do any more spying with regards to the schedule? Are you trying to in any way see if you can catch him in the act, perhaps?"
We were thinking about that, and we're not sure how we could capture the act without it just being a witness testimony. Do you have any technology that or magic that would allow us to sort of record something?
He let's just say I love D&D. He looks he kind of goes and pats to one of his pockets and he says, "Well, I do know that there are some listening devices that we could maybe plant." And he kind of stops for a second. He says, "Ah, well, yes, there are some things that you can use and activate some magic things that could perhaps capture some voices." That could capture some things. I have someone or one somewhere, but I wouldn't be willing to pass it up. Otherwise, I'd show you because, it's my own personal one. But I believe you could buy one from a mage in the city, perhaps.
I see. Just if we were to buy one, what would we be looking for? What does it look like?
He says, "Well, I know they come in different shapes and sizes, but the one that I had was this kind of like white ball, and you could break it open, and one half of it would be the listening device, and the other half you could listen from, and it would record what was said, and then you could play it back."
Purely hypothetically, how long would those devices last? Do they have like a time limit to them? Multiple days?
He says, "Oh, I personally never ran out of space on mine, and I've recorded lots of things, so I'm sure you could find one that would sufficient to maybe plant in his home or something, or whatever you're planning on doing."
Wonderful. Well, we better get to buying one of those things then.
Yes.
He says, "Well, that's just a suggestion. You could find other maybe magical devices, but I do think that we would need more substantial evidence rather than just witness testimony and an empty schedule. But you all are on the perfect path so far."
Awesome. Well, thank you. This has been very insightful.
Thank you. If you have any more questions, just let me know.
Okay.
And do you all head out?
I suppose I do, yes.
Yeah.
Head out.
Yeah, we find a quiet
and
space
I
to
count on the way
talk.
back. Take care of that girl whose name I never learned.
Yeah.
Asking her name.
Yeah,
Take care
exactly.
of her.
Yeah.
Take care, prostitute.
So okay,
Slut.
so
Be gone. What?
so
sounds like we're breaking and entering.
boys, do
Yay!
we want to we want to break and enter? We don't want to follow the fish head business yet.
I think we should plant one of the things first. So he mentioned he had recorded some stuff on it.
Can we listen to it?
Can I crack it open and see if I can, now that I know a little bit more about
Mm-hmm.
how it works and like how one side is the recording and one's the listening side?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Can I
you
listen
can
to a recording?
make an Arcana check for me.
Will assist this at all? Like,
yeah. If everybody's trying to figure it out, then if you want to assist, then I can give one of you advantage while looking at this thing.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll roll with advantage.
Okay.
14 plus 2, or plus Arcana plus 1, 15.
15. I'll say that you are kind of fiddling with it, and again, it looked like a sphere, and it just so happened to be when you kind of cracked it open and just were kind of playing with it, you could barely even see the seam as it kind of forms back together, right? So it's like it's almost as if everything within this, it's not obvious that there's like a seam in it. It kind of just looks like a blank device. And so as you're kind of playing around with the both halves, you you accidentally hit a button that's on like within the inside of it that you can't even see. Like as soon as you even press it, and as soon as you look at like where did I just press, you wouldn't even be able to tell. It's just so seamless within it. But as soon as you press a button, you hear quite loudly, but luckily y'all are kind of a little bit of a distance away. You all hear Ryan's voice, and you hear, "Today, ladies and today, ladies and gentlemen." No, I can't speak.
Oh, no.
And
This is
you
sad.
essentially hear just at least the beginning, and it depends on how long you want to hear it. Just him trying to practice a speech of some sort.
That's
Damn.
cute.
That and if you listen a little bit more, it sounds like some like inauguration speech of when he becomes mayor.
Precious. Amazing. So, if we want to
Amazing.
use this item, would I be able to sort of intuit how to like make it record something?
You'd have to fiddle with it, I'd imagine. Like, I think from thinking about it, you could either find, some magic shop or some, mage around. There are, like a mage guild within Bow or something like that. There are lots of magical people here because of the newly discovered fish, but you could either talk to someone about it, or it's about like 5 days until you would quote unquote need to use this device. So because of it, you could probably figure out through a lot of trial and error and finding buttons. You could probably figure it out on your own.
Yeah, I was gonna say we have some days to play with. We could like stake out his house and see when it's like most empty
Yeah.
while we're fiddling with it, and then break in like the day before or
So
something.
over the next few days, we can like prepare. I would like to visit one of the like magical shops,
Hmm.
like the magical
Be right back.
IT repair, cell phone
Mm-hmm.
repair shops that exist
Yes,
or whatever,
of course.
and go just ask them about this item, um, and how its operation works.
Yeah, I would say that you would be able to, especially within the next few days, be able to learn how the device works and know that there are a whole series of buttons all around it that you can't really see, but if you know where they are, it takes a little bit to find, based off the patterns within it. You can figure out how to, essentially it's like a voice recorder, like any voice recorder that very simple little thing. You can go back to past recordings and cycle through them and things like that. But I can say you'll definitely be able to do that without much difficulty, especially since there's no time crunch on it.
Sure, great.
Hell yeah.
Okay. So what are we going? We're going over to homie's house to bug it.
Yeah, so
That's
Kingsley
our plan.
has figured out, essentially over a day or two, has figured out
Buddy.
how to use this device.
Oh yeah, I mean obviously. So our plan is to go over during a time that's not scheduled,
Yeah, like
Yes,
beforehand.
and then so that it'll be caught. Yeah, yeah.
like set the item,
The-
and then
Yeah,
leave.
and you did learn that he's only ever not there during one of his speeches.
During the
Oh,
during like
is
the
there
2
a
days.
speech?
How often he be giving speeches?
He be giving speeches every day.
Oh, good.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
do we
cool.
learn like a
I have
common
an idea.
cadence in the 2 days that we were like kind of scoping out the place?
Oh, like, are you scoping out like guards and things like that? Are you trying to trying to scope out the place?
Yeah, if we have like 2 days, like maybe not the whole day, but like at night, like during the morning, just kind of like check out like where guards go, like if he leaves, to go for a sunrise walk or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll say from just kind of scoping out the place. Guards not very heavy out from what you can see on the outside, right? I mean, the people chilling on the porch. Maybe sometimes there's people standing at like the gate where you met Rye, but he as soon as anyone like tries to approach the guards, like I'll say on the one day that you're looking, the guards are there in the morning, but then somebody tries to show up to try and start a protest, and then the guards just kind of go inside and then go and sit on the porch. So the people on the outside on the front, and if you look at the back, it's a very similar situation. There are gates to the lawn, but the guards are never at the gates. The guards are at the house, and there's maybe 2 to 3 ever on one side.
Do we ever see anyone else going in and out of the house, like servants or like, um, I don't know, like delivery people or anything?
Yeah, I'd say that you would see. Oh yeah, and also before I forget, so with the speech thing, you know that he gives morning speeches. So I'd say like 10 a.m. every morning, you do
Uh-huh.
see him leave with probably like 6 guards around him, out, and gets into a very fancy looking carriage that then goes onto the street and goes to a kind of this political auditorium that is in Bow. Like it's outdoors, but in the place where people speak is kind of covered. You all have seen this just throughout Bow. It's just like you all have seen the estate, but like, you haven't paid much attention to it. But now that you're paying more attention to it, if you ever get into a speech, like I know Kingsley, you said that you're probably shaking his hand. You've probably been to one of his speeches here, but it's not. It's a very common thing, and he likes to talk. He's likes to, it's kind of like it's like a stand-up comedian in the sense that he's not making comedy, he's not making jokes or whatever, but he is like talking to people, people that come by. He's like commenting on. It's like, oh, how's your day been? And he does have a very
Kissing babies,
suave.
shaking hands.
Yeah, exactly. Does a very suave, JFK-esque, like just persona of him, and you know you would never suspect that he would be unfaithful with the but he the rumors do circulate, but you are discovering quite a
He's
bit
so
about this guy.
unfaithful. It's scheduled.
Yeah, yeah,
Infidelity.
a base, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get that shit in my books, bro.
Your baby.
Um,
But yes, I would say in terms of delivery, there are people that come and leave, but they always leave. They always walk up the lawn and then are greeted by the guards. And if they leave, then they just leave and they just walk across the lawn. There's not like a path from the gate, which is kind of odd. Like from the gate, you would think there'd be some path up the lawn, but no, it's just grass the whole way up.
So then I guess like one of these days, like TW will just go to you guys and basically talk of like, so what do you all think? Are we still on the plan of like planting this like in his office or someplace, or how do you all think we should proceed?
Well, I think that's Kingsley, because he was able to so deceptively become a prostitute, that he is the best fit for getting into the house and planting it I believe I am probably the worst, so I think our best plan of action is to go around one of the sides of the houses and use my strength to boost Kingsley up. I would also be willing to boost TW up if we felt that it was better to have 2 people in there than 1. But I believe that I should remain outside because I am big boy.
I
Big
like
boy.
that.
I am big boy.
I could pretend to work in the house.
Also, I took up a lot of the action in the brothel, and I think I could take a back seat for what
Oh, you're
happens
good.
in
That's okay.
here.
I mean, I can magically make only one of us invisible if we need to investigate that way. If you want to disguise again, we could do that.
We could do both.
Both go in different ways.
We could create a distraction. While someone else hides the
I have a
ball.
third idea.
Yep.
Yes.
We could just kill him.
We could.
We could.
I mean, that's what Rye was saying. Rye could just punch. You should punch this guy. I don't know.
That is true.
We I should poison his drink.
There might be repercussions if we just kill him. They could arrest us. Not that I'm scared or anything.
Okay, yeah, good,
But
good.
I think-
not be.
I think being hired directly for subtlety is a little bit easier for both our client and ourselves, right? We might end up upsetting Beauregard if he wins the election and gets all this heat because we've assassinated the opponent.
That's
yeah,
true.
he might not
That's
pay
true.
us because he didn't ask us to kill him.
Beauregard seems like a good guy.
Potentially. I don't trust someone with that small of a head.
Clearly, we should wait till he's giving a speech, and I imagine we would need to find his bedroom. Did you gain any insight into where their shenanigans happens? Gen?
Me?
Yeah,
Um,
like in the house.
well, I think it's the bedroom because she did say he was disloyal to his wife with her, but also that he had a maid fetish
Mm.
with one of the with the woman. So theoretically could be anywhere. I'd assume it'd be a bedroom though. Like she cleaned things as
you want-
part of like foreplay, I guess. So
I'm wondering too if we're able to get our hands on a second one of these devices or replacement. If we end up putting it in an office, we might be able to get conversation about the what was it? It was the Rawson Fishing Co. that seems to have sway in the city,
We
shutting down
should.
all their business.
yeah.
That might be
That
a
is a good
double
idea.
header. Or maybe I don't know.
We could buy another one.
We could try something else.
When I went to like the magic shop,
Mm-hmm.
did I see any of those kinds of devices?
Yeah, you did. When the person that you interacted with had seen similar ones, others were. You saw one that was shaped more like a cube, but very much the same as the pearl-looking one. But you also saw one that was like maybe wasn't as fancy or as discreet as the sphere looking one. It was more like one was literally an ear and the other one was literally like a mouth. So it's kind of obvious that it is a listening device, but it's up to people how obvious they want it to look like. But yes, you did see other similar looking devices, and I would say that for like an ear looking one, that was, if you were just looking at prices in general, you have it's like 500 gold pieces, whereas the more expensive ones, like the more discreet, just shape looking ones, it's not obvious what they do, are like 1,000 gold pieces.
Be opposed to having one myself, so I'd be happy to fork the payment over.
I'll help you pay for that.
Well, I will pitch in with the third as well.
Yes.
All right.
So you all
So-
buy a listening device. Say it's a cube, so it kind of splits in half, kind of like along the diagonal as well. So it kind of makes these, two pyramid looking pieces.
So that's like 100 platinum.
Yes.
Total.
Total.
So
But we just bought one. We can each pitch in like a third.
Yeah.
Yep.
I can do like 33.
Yeah, just do 33. Everybody does 33, just so you get a little discount. I don't know.
We
It's
got a
only
steal.
99.
We got a steal.
Yeah, exactly. You got a 1% discount.
Nice.
let's
Hell yeah.
go, boys.
Let's go.
Wait, did
So
I just do math right? I did.
One orb, or one listening device in the bedroom, one in the office. I think if I disguise myself as someone who works there, I could find myself into the bedroom. I could deceive myself into there. You could turn invisible and go and plant one in the office
Absolutely
because it might be a little more restricted.
restricted. And then I will say, I don't know either of your magical powers, but I do have a spell I can only use once. But if we need to get out, if we can at least get together, I can get us safely out of the building.
Oh, good.
So if we're ever caught, just know that.
Amazing.
But yeah, I'm happy to do that. I think that's a good plan.
Okay. So then, like, the day before, are y'all looking to go during one of his speeches?
Yes.
Okay.
I think so.
All right, and then I will say that as you all are kind of outside just vibing around, you see that he leaves in his very ornate carriage with a bunch of guards surrounding him down the road to head to that auditorium. And the house, the current state of the house is there are 2 guards on the front porch. There are 2 guards on the back porch, and it's a beautiful day. It's been a good summer so far in Bow.
Nice.
So we're gonna go on the side of the house.
Are there any
and
protesters?
boost-
Oh, sorry.
Right now, no.
Right now, no. Okay.
So where would Gungan be able to like boost us? Would it be in front of a view of a guard?
From the
we could
front,
go on
yeah.
You said there was on the front porch and the back porch. Is there enough room on the side where it's not viewable from?
It was like a 20. I think you said it was like 20 feet up before the first window, right, or something, or second story.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you're on the side, I would say that after a little bit of scouting around throughout these past few days, you can see there's like a blind spot from the front porch where you could boost someone
Up over the fence.
over the fence into the area.
Is the
Yeah,
Is
once
the
y'all get
window
over the
open?
fence, no more Gun Jr.
The window is it's a very long window on the left side of the house, and it is about 20 feet up in the air. But yes, there are parts of it that are open, like little window panes are kind of sticking out.
I do have rope in my burglary kit.
And maybe if you 2 hoist up, you can lower a rope down. Because I'm not very physically adept. That's gonna be a challenge
Yeah.
for me.
You can hoist me over. I could deceive my way to the second floor. Lower a rope. It's 50 feet, so I could. It would reach.
Just let me know when I'm boosted. That's my only job.
I'm boosting.
I'll be out here boosting.
Way out here boosting. All right, so were you boosting Kingsley over?
Yep.
Make sure
And
to
then
use your glutes, and I'll give Gen Bardic for the boost. Bardic inspiration.
All right. So
Raven.
I'm gonna roll to boost Sam.
Awesome. Then,
Okay, roll.
yeah, make an athletics check for me.
I guess you know what? I'll give Kingsley a bardic too as you're going up.
Yeah,
case you need it.
everything's replenished, especially since it's the next day for
Yeah.
Right, I don't. I mean, I
TW.
don't think I rolled a dirty 20,
Hmm.
and
You can save
so
it for them.
I think I'm gonna save it. Maybe I'll
Okay.
save it to voice Dayton up. He might need more help.
Probably.
Or the trigger warning. Yeah, TW.
All right. Yeah, you in one fell swoop are able to get over the fence.
Nice.
Mr. Kingsley, what do you disguise yourself as?
I'm gonna be a butler.
Okay.
Like a nice black petticoat, white gloves. Yeah.
All right. Then I'll say you are now in the front lawn, off to the side of the front porch.
Um, there are guards I can see
You
on
cannot
the.
see them right now. It's like you're like in a blind spot, like off to the side. Like there's the front porch. They're kind of facing the other direction. You can kind of see them a little bit, but they are in front of the front door.
Okay. I'm just gonna like walk out from around, like as if I'm just now getting here.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't see me like coming out around a pillar or something.
Okay.
Um, and say like, terribly sorry for being late. The master requested I keep things in order while he's out on his speech.
Uh, you see in front of you now, since you're up closer, you see two big, you can only imagine to be kind of burly guys in full metal plate armor, which is quite not what you're used to. You've seen them at a distance, but at front, it's like it is kind of jarring as to why these people are just wearing full metal plate armor. But one of them, has his helmet up and he kind of looks down to you, or he looks at you and he says, "You're late. Why are you late?"
Well, there was terrible traffic on the way here. Um, my
You know,
horse and
I-95.
carriage was delayed. I'm sure the mass influx of citizens to the square to hear our glorious mayor speak is what delayed me. I'm terribly sorry for not anticipating it.
And one of them says, "What is your name?"
Um, my name is Jace.
"Jace, the prostitute at that one place."
No, no,
Yeah, no, just kidding.
no, he's very good at it.
He says, "Jace, I see. Now, I have not heard of any Jace uh, as a butler here. Now, when did the master, as you call him, or as everyone else calls him, Seymour, when did you get hired?"
Very recently, as you can see, I'm not quite um, used to the um, social uh, decadences of how Mr. Seymour likes to be called. But he heard of my good work that I've done in a town over, and requested me specifically to come and keep things in order for him as today specifically.
Make an insight check for me.
Okay. Ooh, nice. 20, not natural.
A dirty 20. I'll say
Dirty
that
20.
I'll say that they both look at you and you can tell that they don't buy your story. But one of them does say, "Well, Jace, please, let's get you into the mansion and get you on your duties." But you can tell that they're just playing along. They don't actually believe you.
Right away then, I'll say.
He steps aside and gestures to the front door.
Um, I'm sweating a little bit. I will go. I will step through the door then. I'll go inside.
Well, you try and open the door and it is locked. And he looks to you and he says, "You did not get a key from Seymour?"
I was
Ooh.
told that I could just grab a key from one of the guards.
Ah, I see.
In the
Well,
meantime, he means to mold me one for me to keep, but in the meantime, as you can see, as I'm new,
bold.
he requested that I simply use one of the guards.
Please
It's all
make a,
very
yeah,
boring.
make a
But I don't mean to
persuasion check
trouble
for
you.
me. Make a persuasion check for
Okay.
Yeah, the bardic if you need it.
me.
My persuasion is pretty good. 19.
He'll say, well, sure, this has happened in the past. I will give you that. And he hands you a key, and then the other guard opens the door and lets you in. And as you enter, everything in here is made of stone. Like it is, while that does seem like drab from like one certain perspective in comparison to the rest of the town, it's certainly a sign of power to have everything ornately carved in stone. You know, these different tables and chairs. You're standing in a foyer with these big stone steps that go up. So it is, it's kind of a sight to behold. But there are some, a large, you know, uh, like large stone, kind of holders with these big, large torches to the side are kind of casting all these shadows, but all the windows are letting in plenty of light from the morning sun. So you step in, and he says, "Where did Seymour say that you would be living?"
Um. Well, that is actually a matter of contention. You see, since I had to be brought in, my living arrangements is actually something that has yet to be figured out. As you know, I have been needing to commute to places. I have a place down the road, and so
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a place to live here yet. But that is
Mm.
something that they're in the
Well,
works.
one of the guards, the guard that was talking to you kind of gestures to the other guard to go back outside, and he looks at you and he says, "Well, we can wait for Seymour. How does that sound?"
Are you sure we should wait that long? I mean, his, you know how much he likes to take his time with his speeches. I wouldn't want him to get back and I've done nothing, done no work that he's told me to do.
Yeah, make a persuasion check. A good point, a fair point. He does take a while with the speeches.
Um,
I might ask that we take a pause, like
Yeah.
a very very permanent pause, maybe around like 2 or something.
Okay. We can
I
do that.
might be yeah.
Got a Yob.
12 plus
Yo,
bardic
adios.
inspiration 6 is 18.
18. I will say, oh well, that's a fair point. He does take a long time with his speeches. What were your duties exactly?
Oh, just cleaning and dusting and sort of just arranging things and that are messy. Um, sort of, I I go around and I inspect all like the walls and the structural integrities. I'm sort of an all-in-one butler, you might say. Um,
Yes. He
He's a
says,
butler,
tidy the
a
sheets,
mason.
yeah,
tidy the sheets, and
yes.
and you know, fragrances and all.
He says, well, I'll, I will see you, or I will allow you to do this, but as soon as Seymour comes this way, I will be sure to tell him that Jace has arrived
Of
and
course,
to speak to you as soon as possible. How
Or
does
of
that
course.
sound? Yes,
Sounds
good to meet you.
wonderful.
And he
Nice
reaches
to
out
meet
his
you, sir.
hand to shake your hand.
I will shake his hand.
And he kind of squeezes it really tight, but to kind of assert dominance. But he then walks back through the door, and now you're just standing in
Intimidation check.
Seymour's. Yeah, exactly. He intimidates you a little bit, but not too much. You're now in. You have made it
Awesome.
through the guards.
I'm gonna saunter upstairs,
Mhm.
and find sort of get the lay of the layout of the place and how many other people are here right now? Are there like maids or other butlers?
As you're kind of sauntering the place, you don't see anybody within. As you're walking around, you see maybe some large rooms, like a large dining room. Even if you were to visit the kitchen, it seems pretty barren. And as of right now, there's appears to be no one here.
Um, I'm gonna first of all go over to the window upstairs. Um, I'm gonna hammer a piton, which is something
Oh,
I have in my burglary
bonk.
kit,
Okay.
into the like inner stone wall of the window as like
Mm.
a hold,
Mm-hmm.
and then tie the rope to that,
Yeah.
toss it out the
Okay.
window, so there's a nice firm thing for
Awesome.
the rope to
Well,
attach to.
well, I will say that I'll say that the room that this window is in the bedroom.
Oh, good.
And you notice that the sheets are just awry everywhere for this large bed that is sitting on top of a stone base. And again, everything is just carved out of stone, except for the mattress, of course. That's not stone, uh, or the sheets.
That would
But
have been metal.
yeah, that would have been crazy.
After I hammer the piton into the wall, I'm gonna
Mhm.
make the bed.
All right. And then you both
Do we have a
from
signal for like when it's? I mean, I'm sure you would see the
See your
rope.
rope.
Yes.
yeah, just a rope just falls from the window. And I'll say that make a is it just you TW that's climbing up?
I think so. Unless you're coming up, Gen Senior.
No, because I had to boost. I had to boost everyone over the fence, so I can't get over the fence myself.
So now there's a rope out the side of the window.
You know what? I'll stand. I'll
Who's
stand watch
guard?
for the homie to get
Run
back,
distract.
and
Gotcha.
I might distract him if he gets
Yes.
back before
Good
we want
idea.
to.
Gotcha. All right.
I'll climb on up with my cat claws and the rope.
Beautiful. Make an athletics check with advantage with your addition of the cat claws.
Any chance it could be acrobatics? All right, athletics. Oh wow. Okay, I rolled natural 15, so that's 15.
Nice.
15. Nice. Beautiful. You are able to, with a little bit more effort than you're used to, you're more used to being agile, but you do eventually make it up into the same room as Kingsley. And I will ask above board, how would y'all feel about in terms of if you got a hard cutoff at 2, Garrig?
It's not hard at 2. I guess I'd say around 2. Let's look for a good place to pause.
Well, that's what I'm saying is, are y'all more in favor of pausing and then continuing at some other future point? Because I would say it would only be like, I'd say if y'all are successful, I would say like, 30 minutes or like an hour more. But I would say that if you want Garrig, since
Yeah.
Gengen is on watch, you can leave
Yeah.
if you're willing, and then Kingsing and TW can continue their antics, and then
Yeah. No, I'm fine with that.
okay, because I know that
Yeah.
it's like you're given 100 days, but it's kind of just an above board thing. This is kind of all the evidence that you're presenting, and I think you'll have enough evidence that we can presume that Seymour Bronse would be taken down. But that depends on how things will be played out. But
Yes.
that's up to you, Garrick, and up to everybody, I guess.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I guess like when I'm gonna drop, I'll say that like I'm totally cool if you guys want to like totally play out everything where I'm not needed. And
Mhm.
then
Gotcha.
I mean I get like if you still see like over 30 minutes worth of dialogue and play, I guess I'd like to come back and do it at some later time. But
hmm
not probably not today, but
Yeah, no, exactly. I get what you mean.
I mean, I'm down for either, but if like I'm usually more in the favor of us circling back to it than like rushing through the last
True.
little bit, personally. But I'm good until for like another hour, so it's up to you guys.
Yeah, I'm good with that too.
Yeah, how about we in a little bit we will pause it, but we can continue playing out for a little bit more with you both in the mansion. And
Sure.
then whenever you need to head out, Garrick, just let us know. And I think wherever we stop is a good place to stop.
just Dante Gucci.
Dante Gucci. Okay, so now Kingsley and TW now are both within Seymour Bronse's bedroom.
While I'm in here, I'd like to do a little sweep of the room to see if there's a good place to hide this that is unlikely to be found.
Make an investigation check for
me. Only a
As soon as
9.
as soon as I roll into the window, I'm gonna give Kingston a thumbs up and then cast invisibility on myself, just so I'm not standing there.
Hell yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, do your thing.
And then I'm ripping the piton out of the wall and taking the. I have a crowbar. I don't know if that would help me. Like,
I
could
think
also
if
like
you were
hammer it out.
able to put it in, I think you'd be able to put it out or take it out.
I'll take the rope, put it back in my bag.
Nice. Then, what was your investigation again?
Just a 9.
A 9. I would say that you are able to find a couple of spots. Since everything here is kind of made of stone, there's not really anything that you can kind of move around and like put behind or things like that. But because what you ended up buying was like this kind of gray looking like block, well, that's the one that, it's up to you two, whichever one you wanted to have. Do you just have the white one? The pearl one?
I'm not sure. Which one?
Yeah, who has
think-
what?
I'm not sure which one would be better where, or if it matters.
I think it matters too much. I'm down to grab the. I mean, you had the circle one before. If you want to just keep that one, otherwise, I don't have a preference.
I'll keep the pearl.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You said that it's stone. Is there like furniture?
Yeah, so there is furniture around, and a lot of it is made out of stone. But yeah, a lot of it is made out of stone.
Is that Connor?
Yeah, that was Connor. But you can
Classic.
see, you can whenever try and put it, if you try and move it around and put it on stuff, you could probably find a place that could blend in pretty well, especially, in your testing, you were able to basically hear what is going on in a room as if you were just a person within the room. But I could say
All right.
for like a hiding
I think I'm
thing.
gonna
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna head out right now and
Okay.
enjoy exploring the castle. I look forward to hearing what you guys have accomplished.
Okay.
Thank you, Gen.
We'll
Later,
continue
Gen.
Thank you,
playing, but
Gen.
we'll continue later. All right. Then I will say, make a. What would it be? Like hiding something? Would it be a sleight of hand or would it be a stealth check? What are y'all's thoughts in terms of D&D experience, in terms of hiding something or deception, maybe?
I would shy away from sleight of hand because it's like ledger
Yeah.
domain.
I like
Yes.
stealth for that one, or I'd probably say stealth, but deception's I think a fair one too. If you think that one makes more sense.
Yeah, I'm looking at the different skill descriptions. I'd say stealth is best. So make a stealth check to see how well you can hide this item. You found a couple of good places.
Um,
You
I
still
got
do
an
have
8.
Bardic.
No, I used it
Oh,
to
damn.
persuade that guy.
Oh, that's right.
I got an
You
8.
got an 8. I would say that after all your efforts, I think the best place that you could find is, because you want to prioritize safety, is probably underneath the bed. There's like a small gap beneath it, and
Sure.
as you look under it, it's probably not going to get the best sound quality. Well, yeah, I'll give that up to you. The best place you think for it is the under the bed, and that's not going to be the best sound quality. You can still hear everything, obviously,
As
but
long as you can make out words
hmm
and like who people are,
okay,
I think I want to prioritize it not being seen. So that
yes,
sounds like a good place.
yeah. Then I would say that it's not going to be crystal clear, but it's certainly not going to be gurgling. You'd be able, if
Cool.
you were underneath a bed, you could still hear stuff that happens in a room, right?
Yeah.
So I would say you hide it underneath the bed. We can cut real quickly to TW. What's your plan once you go invisible?
So I think once I go invisible, I see that Kingston is like scouring the room for a good spot. I'm gonna try to leave the room, and I don't know the layout of the building, but I'm gonna like stealthily and invisibly like wander and try to find a like office space or a space with like a desk and like something that looks like official work is
Yep.
being done.
Yeah, I would say that after maybe like we'll make an investigation check just to see how quickly you can find this place.
Okay.
This time is a little bit of the essence.
It's 12 plus. That's a 15.
15, I would say that after only about like 10 minutes of looking around, you are able to come upon the room that kind of overlooks the entire front yard. There's big, glass windows. That right there is a large desk and a large chair that appears to be one of the only things in this room besides like wooden or like stone bookshelves that are kind of carved into the walls around that have various books on it. You can imagine that this is Seymour's office.
Sweet. And while I make my way over there, do I like see anyone? Like, is there anybody in the like the room or in
As
the house? Any noises?
as you're on the second floor again, you're not finding anybody. If you're also listening for noises, make a perception check just to see if you hear anything as well.
Because I'm just like, homie has a wife. Like, do we know if his wife? Do we learn that if his wife goes with him to his speeches? Well, that's
You've
really
never
good.
you've never seen the wife go with him on the key speeches.
That is a dirty 20 for the perception.
20. I would
Nice.
say then you do hear things coming from downstairs,
Mm,
various clanking noises and maybe some voices, but we're talking how faint they are. Like you can barely hear them, and
yeah.
it's obviously not coming from the first floor. I'd say it's
Oh, like
obvious
even lower.
that maybe even like a lower level is where maybe these noises are coming from, and you can only kind of hear them like through the floor is where you would only ever really, like if you're in the foyer you would barely hear it, and that's the only time that you really heard it, I would say.
Okay.
But as you get to the office, are you also trying to hide? You have like this little gray cube looking thing that splits a half uh into
So
these two pyramids.
I want to, but I think in this moment, TW is going to be a little selfish.
Mm-hmm.
And spend the initial time searching, going through the cabinets in desk spaces as much as I can open. If it's,
Mm.
I'll see it like obviously see if they're unlocked, trapped, or anything. And I'm gonna try to
Mhm.
look for like if he has any like documents, records, if anything that's incriminating or anything that's like could be potentially leverage over this person.
Mm.
And then if I find like a good spot to hide while I'm doing that, that's like a secondary thing. But I'm prioritizing looking for secrets.
Gotcha. Where's the first place that you would look? Like I said, there's bookshelves in here. There's a big desk. Those
I
appear
think
to be the main
is
things.
it a wooden desk or a stone like carved desk?
This is a stone carved desk. Almost all the
Sheesh.
furniture here is carved from stone.
How
Um,
strange.
Yeah.
I'll look in the stone desk, like if there's drawers and everything first, I think.
Okay, make an investigation check for traps.
Alright, please roll well. +3. It's a 12. Wait. 11. Yeah, it's an 11.
I would say you do not discover any traps,
Okay.
but as you're pulling open all of the drawers, some have blank sheets of paper in them. Like you flip them on both sides, and there's a bunch of blank sheets of paper. And then others of them are just empty. It appears that within this desk there are no documents that have any kinds of writing on them. It's very odd. And, as you're kind of looking around this room too, you kind of see that this is not a normal like somebody who apparently spends all the time in here kind of place, right?
Yeah.
There's not, you as you're kind of looking around, you can kind of see
It's like
that
two put together.
there's like dust on top of the desk,
Mm.
and like the you would expect books to be more strained, but like you're saying, like everything is just so put together. It's a very odd atmosphere here. It's very quiet, both visually and auditorily.
Okay. I think. Okay, then I'll real quickly, seeing that and just being kind of weirded out, and then also being weirded out by the noise I'm hearing very deep below. I think I'm gonna put the one half of the cube. You know how like on bookshelves you like line up the like
Spines.
the spines. I'm gonna try to like tuck it behind a book if I can.
Mm. Okay.
Good.
Yeah, make a stealth check just to see how much you can make it look like what it used to look like. It's
Well,
gonna be a hard
oh yeah, my
DC,
stuff
I'll
is
say.
good. Okay. This is a dirty 20.
30-20, yeah, absolutely.
Nice.
You are absolutely able to.
+8 stealth. We're sneaky. We're a sneaky boy.
Sheesh.
Sneaky little tiger dude.
Sneaky
I'll
little
say,
cat.
yeah, sneaky little cat. I'll say that you are definitely able to hide this in a place where even if someone were looking for it, probably wouldn't find it too
Go.
well. It's in a very not obvious place. But yeah, you're able to hide this here, and I'll say for both of you, to do all this, I'll say that he has left like 30 minutes ago, and I'll say that he normally takes like, like an hour and a half to get back. So
Alright, so we got an hour.
I'll say that you still got time to do anything else in the house that you think you would need to do or would want to do.
I think after I hit that, I'll find Kingston wherever you are. You just hear a voice whisper to you out of the nothing. It's just like
A little spooky.
the yeah, boo. The office is like dust everywhere. Papers aren't touched. It looks like there hasn't been someone in there for months, weeks. And then I don't know if you've heard the same thing, but I heard very faint noises of some sort, muffled from maybe even below the first floor.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Have I heard anything like that? Check perception.
Now that you've heard about it, yeah, do another perception to see if you can pick up
Hear
on
it?
what he's talking about. Hear it?
That's a 19.
19. I'll say if you go out into away from the bedroom, you're able to kind of like really try and key and listen in. You do hear some very faint, like just standard, like not like scary noises, but very standard, like people living in houses noises, but incredibly faint coming from below y'all since you're on the second floor. But when you are on the first floor, acting as the butler, you did not hear, or you did not see anybody that could have been making those kinds of noises.
Can I like go down to the first floor and
Mhm.
look around to see if there's like a secret door hidden somewhere?
Like you're trying to like follow the noises and try and listen for it.
Try and like localize where
Mm-hmm.
it might be coming from.
Make an investigation check for me.
14.
Awesome. And are you following along, TW?
Yeah, I'll follow along invisibly.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Then I'll say, based off your investigation, you don't find any secret doors, but you do find that a lot of the noises appear to be coming from this one. There aren't a lot of doors within this place. You all haven't really walked through any doors. I mean, the only places with doors is maybe the bedroom and like the office, and these were more wooden doors. They're not stone because that'd be way too heavy. But here you see what appears to be a stone door. Looks exactly like a door, but it's a stone door within one of the walls that you can kind of hear the noises through. It seems to be the loudest. Like it's as if you were hearing someone whisper in another room. It's that kind of loudness level.
Hmm. What do you
Do we?
think?
You said we hear them like we hear whispering or like voice on the other side, or is like
I'm just saying that's the level of volume. Like if I was you, like if you
okay.
heard whispering outside of your room right now, like that's the kind of level. But the sounds that you hear are maybe some scraping and like
Mm,
maybe a voice or two. It's kind of hard to tell what it is, but you do hear noises of some sort.
what do you think? I think it's worth looking at.
Yeah. Can I like tap on it or feel around it?
Just trying
I
to
mean, I know
investigate
I
the door.
I know I
What?
investigated already,
Yeah, well, that was
but
to find the door. You can kind of investigate the door if you want, or
I would like to investigate the
yeah,
door
do that.
further.
Investigate the door.
I will help if I can.
Yes.
Okay,
You
should I
can
roll
also
advantage?
investigate. Yeah, I'll
Do you have
say you
good
can either do advantage
investigation?
or both do it.
My investigation's fine. It's not good. Not great.
Mine's a +1, so if
Oh,
yours
mine
is
is
better,
better.
just roll it.
Okay, I'll roll. All right. Am I rolling with advantage or?
Yes, yeah, you're both
Okay.
looking at it.
That was a 13. That was a 3. So 16.
Okay. Then I would say as you are looking at this door and you try and like touch it or move it or like listen up to it, the door, for being a stone door, kind of moves a little bit as if you were kind of pushing on a wooden door. It doesn't feel like it's the stone wall in front of you. You can kind of feel like if you were to open the door, it would be pretty easy to.
Can I try and open the door?
Yeah, make a strength check for me. So not athletics, but a strength.
Just straight strength.
Yeah, just straight strength.
My straight strength is -1, so 13.
I'll say with a little bit of effort and maybe invisibly, TW can help a little bit. But as you,
As I can.
yeah,
It's
as
also
you
-1
are
strength.
together, if only Gengen were here.
Yeah.
Together,
True.
man, sprinting. Uh, as you are able to pull open the door a little bit, it doesn't go push a little bit. You can kind of pull it open, and as you open it, you are expecting maybe a staircase or something like that, or leading to some lower level. But as you open up the door, you instead find a closet with, whereas the rest of the house has kind of been bare, you find a closet with a incredible amount of various objects, but all of these objects are simultaneously making different noises at the same time. And it appears as you kind of open it, and just on all these shelves, there's probably like 100+ objects all around. You can tell that these are all very similar listening devices that you have, but just the receiving ends of all of them.
Oh.
And so, as you look at all of these things, you now, in front of you, you have no idea where they're getting their noises from, because it is hard to distinguish as soon as you open this door. It's not a cacophony of noise, but it certainly is, just like, it is disorienting because they're all making noise.
I want to take all of them. Can I do that? Can I fit them all in my bag?
We will give ourselves away if we take these all for
I'll
being
say
in here.
TW, you start seeing Kingsley just start picking up them.
This is potential evidence, though. This could be evidence of his hand extending into our society.
That's true.
And if we found all the receiving ends in his house,
maybe
then...
why don't we listen for a moment and see if we can just take like a couple that are just like, if we figure out where they're linked to.
That's a good idea. Like listen for any like important ones or ones we've seen.
Yeah, like I don't know. Maybe if we have like a minute, we could just sit here. If like we hear like maybe if like we hear like Mr. Beauregard start talking or something, it's like, oh, let's grab that one, or something like that.
Like I'll take like one of them, listen to it for a bit, see if I
Yeah,
can figure
we'll
out
just
what's happening.
start like
and do
pulling
the
them and
next
listen about
one.
it.
I'll
And
say,
look for any. Yeah.
as you, because like I said, there's like dozens and dozens of these. Like I never wrote down how many. I only wrote down dozens of dozens. But there are many of these. To listen to, as soon as you try and like listen to one of them, right? You can discern what, maybe it's people saying things. Maybe it is, you hear pots and pans or something like that.
So they're just like everywhere.
Yeah, maybe some of them you do hear, some are just normal conversations, right? Like you would hear like multiple conversations, I should say, like in like a cafe. It's like what you would like I can a picture hearing, and some of them are just conversations between multiple people. Some of them you don't hear anything, right? You just happen to, it does appear to be one half of something, but it doesn't you only hear like a little bit of it. But how long, from y'all's perspective, would you continue to look at this? Would you say?
Like 5 to 10 minutes.
I kind of like that.
Does that sound good?
Yeah. So 5 to 10
if we
minutes.
don't find anything, maybe we just grab a bunch. I don't know.
Yeah, I would say that you roll how about you each roll just a d20, just a straight, there's a luck roll, just
15.
Let's see. 9.
9. What was yours, Kingsley?
15.
15. I will say that from all of your looking into TW, you're not able to find any that seem to be of any significance. And for you, Kingsley, as you're listening, you do hear one that does kind of pique your interest, because you start hearing a conversation from some burly voiced male voice that appears to be saying things like, why should I listen to him? Like, he doesn't control everybody. Why would I listen to someone who has, their boot on my neck when I could try my hardest to get them off, or something like that? You kind of hear someone talking to someone or to themselves, but it really, whereas all the other ones are kind of indiscernible, this one seems to be.
One,
yeah,
sure.
You take that one. And then after this amount of looking, it is kind of getting, to the point where, sure, some of his speeches have been an hour and a half, but it could get even shorter. You don't know where y'all, you haven't heard any alarm bells or anything like that. But
in my searching, was I able to discern if any one of them was like to the brothel specifically
Hmm.
that we saw?
No, you're not able to tell.
Okay. Then I think we should perhaps TW be thinking of a route out of here. We could descend through the same window in the bedroom. I could lower a rope.
I can, if we make it to the window, I can cast a spell to get us yards and away on the ground. I think that might be just the safest way, if that works for you.
Like dimension door?
Yeah.
Nice. I like that idea.
So are you all returning to the bedroom?
Since we do have that get out of jail free card, if there's anything else you want to see first, we could try to push our luck, but I think we've done quite a lot.
I wanna like put everything back to how it was. I wanna like close the door. I wanna go up to the bed, make sure it's like made at least. Um, can I like cover the where I put the piton in with like a drape or like one of the curtains?
Yeah.
So that that's not
Yeah.
obvious.
Yes, yeah, I would say you would able to do that.
Okay. And then I'm keeping the key.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Then
Cool.
I will say, do you all head back to the window?
I think that's all I'd like to
Like
do.
kind of where y'all came in.
Yeah. I don't have anything else I need to do.
I will say, as we end here, we're going to take a pause, but I'll say to end on a cliffhanger, you all look out of the window and you do not see Gengen Senior beneath you all.
Oh,
And you do not know where he has gone, but I'll say we will make a little pause.
All right.
We can all meet together at some point.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.